Pull close, my friends, and let the outside world fade away. Welcome to Stories of Crime, your sanctuary for the tales that whisper from the shadows of history and the deepest corners of the human heart. I am so grateful you have found your way here to join me. Turn down the lights, find a comfortable place, and let the warmth of this moment settle over you. Tonight, we embark on a journey together into a world of secrets, where the boundary between innocence and danger is as thin as a breath. Our journey tonight centers on a masterpiece of suspense, love, and destiny, a story known as The Girl Philippa. In the quiet, cobblestone streets of a Europe teetering on the edge of a great and terrible war, there exists a young woman whose very existence is a riddle. Philippa. To the casual eye, she is a simple girl helper in a quiet tavern. But beneath that gentle, unassuming exterior lies a web of intrigue, espionage, and secrets that could alter the fate of nations. Who is she truly? A pawn in a deadly game of empires, or the key to a truth that men would kill to possess? This is not merely a tale of crime and whispers, but a profound exploration of the human condition itself. It is a canvas painted with both the darkest shadows of greed and the brightest, most resilient sparks of human love and loyalty. In the crucible of danger, we see what humanity is truly made of. How does a soul remain pure when surrounded by betrayal? How does love bloom in the soil of war? The mysteries of Philippa's heart are as vast and compelling as the secrets of the spies who hunt her, touching upon that eternal struggle between the light we seek and the darkness that pursues us. You will find yourself aching for her safety, questioning every shadow, and searching for the truth alongside her. As we begin this auditory odyssey, I invite you to lose yourself completely in the rich tapestry of this narrative. Do not rush. Let every word wash over you. Every twist of this story is a step deeper into a beautiful, dangerous labyrinth, and I promise you, the destination is worth every heartbeat. Stay with me until the very last word of this journey, for only then will the ultimate truth of the girl Philippa be revealed. Press play on your imagination, open your heart, and let us begin. The fate of empires in her hands. If you listen closely, you can almost hear the quiet, rhythmic breathing of a world that does not yet know it is about to die. It is the summer of 1914, and in the northern reaches of France, in a small, ancient town called Arson, the air holds a stillness so profound it feels almost holy. But this is not the peace of a tranquil mind. It is the heavy, suffocating silence that precedes a devastating storm. It is the hush that falls over an audience just before the curtain rises on a tragedy of unspeakable proportions. History tells us of the grand movements of armies, of treaties signed with trembling hands, and of emperors who believed they ruled by divine right. But history often forgets that the fate of these vast, lumbering empires did not rest solely in the gilded halls of Vienna, Berlin, or London. Sometimes, the axis upon which the entire world turns is much smaller, much more fragile, and infinitely more beautiful. Sometimes, the destiny of millions is carried in the quiet steps of a young girl, walking through the dusty, sunlit streets of a provincial town, completely unaware of the terrible power she holds in her hands. Let us pause for a moment and allow ourselves to step into that summer. Feel the warmth of the sun as it beats down upon the ancient limestone walls of Orson. The scent of wild roses is thick in the air, sweet and almost cloying, mixing with the sharp, metallic tang of the nearby river and the dry, powdery dust kicked up by the occasional passing carriage. It is a world of slow rhythms. The elderly sit on wooden benches outside their stone cottages, nodding off in the heat, while children chase metal hoops down cobblestone alleys. To look at this place, you would think that time had forgotten it, that the modern world, with all its iron monsters and coal-fired ambitions, could never touch these peaceful valleys. Yet, just beneath the surface of this idyllic picture, a dark, cold current is running. The political atmosphere of Europe is stretched so tight that a single spark, a single misstep, will cause it to snap with a violence that will change the face of the earth forever. And at the absolute center of this web of tension stands Philippa. She is not our queen. She is not our politician, nor is she a soldier. To the casual observer, she is merely a young girl, perhaps a bit too quiet, perhaps a bit too observant, working in a modest provincial cabaret where travelers stop to wash the dust of the road from their throats. But when you look into her eyes, you see something that defies her humble surroundings. There is an ancient, unspoken wisdom there, a depth of feeling that speaks of a soul that has lived many lives before this one. She is the great unknown factor in a complex mathematical equation of war and peace. She is the key to secrets that powerful men would gladly commit murder to possess. How is it that such an innocent creature could become the focal point of international espionage? How does a child of the provinces find herself holding the threads of fate that connect the crowns of Europe? This is the great question that we must explore, not merely as a historical curiosity, but as a mirror to our own lives. For who among us has not felt, at some point, that we are living in a moment of quiet before a storm? Who has not carried a secret, or a potential, that felt far too heavy for our shoulders to bear? As we unravel the mystery of Philippa, we are also unraveling the mysteries of our own hearts, our own capacities for survival, and the invisible threads of destiny that bind us to one another. Imagine, if you will, the daily life in Orson as the summer days grow longer and more oppressive. The town is nestled in a valley, surrounded by dense, whispering forests that seem to guard it from the outside world. The river, cool and gray, winds its way past the old stone bridge, its gentle murmur a constant soundtrack to the lives of the townspeople. In the heart of the town sits the cabaret, a place of low wooden beams, smelling of spilled wine, beeswax, and tobacco smoke. It is here that Philippa moves like a ghost among the tables. She is young, her features delicate but marked by a subtle strength that suggests she has already known sorrow. Her hair, dark and soft, frames a face that is often turned downward, as if she is listening to a music that no one else can hear. To understand the tension of this moment, we must understand the nature of the secret she carries. In the high offices of foreign ministries, men in crisp uniforms and tailored suits are studying maps. They are calculating the speed of mobilization, the strength of railway lines, and the alliances that might secure their victory. But these maps are useless without information. And the most valuable information of all is not held in a secure safe or encrypted in a diplomatic code. It is written in the memory of a girl who does not even realize the value of what she knows. She has seen faces, she has heard whispers, she has held objects that could expose the deepest betrayals of the age. She is an unwitting witness to a conspiracy that spans continents. Let us look closely at a single afternoon in that fateful July. The sun is beginning its slow descent, casting long, dramatic shadows across the cobblestones. The air is hot and still, so still that even the leaves on the poplars seem to hold their breath. A man arrives in Orson. He is not from these parts. His clothes are too fine, his posture too rigid, his eyes too sharp as they sweep over the quiet streets. He is a hunter, though he carries no rifle. He is searching for the key, and his search has led him here, to this quiet provincial corner. He steps into the cabaret, the bell above the door chiming with a sound that seems unnaturally loud in the quiet room. Philippa is there, wiping down a table with a damp cloth. She does not look up immediately, but she feels the shift in the room. It is a physical sensation, a sudden drop in temperature, a tightening in her chest. When she finally raises her eyes, she meets the gaze of the stranger. In that single, silent exchange, the distance between the grand palaces of Europe and this dusty French cabaret vanishes. The game has begun. The hunter has found his quarry, but he does not yet know that the girl he seeks is not her passive victim. She is a force of nature, protected by an innocence that is more resilient than any armor. Why does this dynamic, this meeting of the powerful hunter and the innocent keykeeper, resonate so deeply within us? Why does it stir something profound in our subconscious? It is because this classic struggle is a map of our own internal lives. We all have a Philippa within us, a part of our soul that is pure, authentic, and possesses deep, intuitive knowledge. And we all face the external hunters, the pressures of a demanding world, the expectations of others, the cold, calculating forces of logic and survival that seek to exploit our inner truth for their own ends. When we watch Philippa navigate this high-stakes game of survival, we are watching our own struggle to protect what is sacred within us in a world that often values only power and utility. Think of a time in your own life when you felt a sudden, inexplicable shift in your environment. Perhaps it was a quiet moment at work, or a silent evening at home, when you suddenly realized that a major change was coming. You could not see it yet, but you could feel it in the air, like the ozone smell before a thunderstorm. In those moments, our natural instinct is often to cling to the familiar, to pretend that nothing is changing, to double down on our daily routines. We do this because the alternative, accepting that our world is about to be turned upside down, is too terrifying to contemplate. This is the psychological defense mechanism of denial, and it is a powerful force. The people of Orson in the summer of 1914 were masters of this denial. They saw the troop movements in the distance. They read the unsettling news in the papers, but they chose to believe that their quiet valley would remain untouched. They chose to believe that the storm would pass over them. But true growth, true survival, requires us to move past this denial. It requires us to do what Philippa must do, to open our eyes, to accept the reality of the threat, and to find the courage to stand firm even when the ground beneath our feet begins to shake. To guide you through this process in your own life, let us explore some practical, step-by-step advice. When you find yourself at a crossroads, when you feel the weight of an uncertain future pressing down upon you, how do you find your footing? First, you must learn to cultivate what we might call historical awareness in your personal life. This means looking at your current situation not as an isolated incident, but as part of a larger narrative. Ask yourself, what are the deeper currents running through my life right now? What are the old patterns that are coming to an end? And what are the new realities that are trying to emerge? By taking this broader view, you lift yourself out of the immediate panic of the moment and begin to see yourself as the author of your own destiny. rather than a victim of circumstance. Second, you must identify your own sacred center. Just as Philippa's power lies in her untainted innocence and her deep, intuitive knowing, your power lies in your core values, your authentic self, and the things you know to be true even when the rest of the world is in chaos. Write down these core truths. Hold them in your mind. When the external world becomes noisy and demanding, return to this center. It is your anchor. It is the one thing that the storms of life cannot wash away. Third, practice the art of quiet observation. In a world that demands instant reactions, there is immense power in silence. When you feel pressured to make a decision, to take a stand, or to react to a threat, take a step back. Observe the situation with a cool, analytical eye of a spy, but keep your heart open. Look for the hidden motivations of others, and more importantly, look for your own hidden fears. By delaying your reaction, you reclaim your power. You choose how to respond, rather than allowing your fear to choose for you. Let us return to the story, to the darkened streets of Orson, where the shadows are lengthening and the air is growing cooler. The stranger in the cabaret has ordered a glass of local wine. He sips it slowly, his eyes never leaving Philippa as she moves about the room. He is a man accustomed to command, a man who believes that everyone has a price, that every secret can be bought or beaten out of its keeper. He does not see a young girl. He sees an obstacle, a piece on a chessboard that must be moved or eliminated. But Philippa is not entirely alone. In the shadows of the town, there are others who watch over her. There is a young American, a man who came to Europe seeking adventure and instead found himself caught in the slow-motion collapse of her civilization. He has seen Philippa, and in her, he has found something he did not know he was looking for, a reason to care, a reason to fight. His love for her is not a soft, sentimental thing. It is a fierce, protective fire that will burn through the schemes of empires to keep her safe. And then there is the older generation, the men and women of the town who remember the last war, who know the terrible cost of conflict. They look at Philippa with a mixture of tenderness and dread. They know that she is different, that she carries a burden that does not belong to her. They try to shield her, to keep her hidden in the quiet corners of the town, but they know in their hearts that the world is coming for her, and that no wall is high enough to keep out the tide of history. As the night deepens, the atmosphere in Ozone becomes electric. The quiet hum of the insects in the fields feels like a countdown. In the distance, the faint whistle of a steam train can be heard, carrying soldiers to the frontier, though the people in the cabaret pretend not to hear it. They laugh a little too loudly, drink a little too deeply, desperate to hold onto this illusion of safety for just a few hours more. This tension between the private world of love and the public world of duty is one of the most powerful themes of human existence. It is a conflict that we see repeated throughout history, in every great literature, and in our own daily lives. How do we balance our duty to ourselves and those we love with the demands of the larger society in which we live? How do we keep our hearts soft and open when the world demands that we become hard and practical? Think of the psychological impact of carrying a secret, or a burden, that you cannot share with anyone else. It is a lonely path. It creates a wall between you and the people around you, a sense of isolation that can be incredibly corrosive. Philippa lives with this isolation every day. She cannot explain to her friends in the town why she feels so different, why the future seems to weigh so heavily on her mind. She must carry her secret alone, finding strength in her own internal resources. If you are carrying a silent burden in your own life, perhaps a difficult truth about a relationship, a secret fear about your future, or a deep sense of responsibility for others, know that you are not alone in this experience. This is a common human struggle, a trial that prepares us for greater things. The weight you are carrying is not meant to break you. It is meant to forge you, to make you stronger, more resilient, and more compassionate. To help you navigate this quiet, internal struggle, let us consider another set of practical steps designed to help you transform your burdens into sources of strength. First, acknowledge the weight of what you are carrying. Do not try to minimize it or pretend it does not exist. Denial only drains your energy. Instead, look your struggle in the eye. Say to yourself, yes, this is difficult. Yes, this is heavy. By acknowledging the reality of your situation, you stop fighting the circumstances and start managing them. Second, seek out your allies. Even in her deepest isolation, Philippa has those who watch over her, those who would risk everything to protect her. You, too, have people in your life who care for you, even if they do not fully understand the depth of your struggle. Reach out to them. You do not have to share every detail of your burden to benefit from their warmth and support. Sometimes, simply knowing that you are loved is enough to give you the strength to keep going. Third, practice the art of emotional alchemy. This is the process of taking your pain, your fear, and your isolation, and turning them into something beautiful and useful. For Philippa, this means turning her fear into vigilance, her isolation into a deep empathy for others. For you, it might mean using your struggles as a catalyst for creative expression, or as a way to connect more deeply with others who are suffering. When you find a purpose for your pain, it ceases to be a burden and becomes a powerful source of motivation. Let us step back into the narrative, into the very heart of the mystery of Philippa. The stranger has finished his wine. He rises from his table, his movements deliberate and imposing. He approaches Philippa, his shadow falling over her as she stands near the bar. The room seems to grow even quieter, the low murmur of conversation dying down as if the patrons can sense the danger in the air. He speaks to her, his voice low and smooth, a cultivated tone that contrasts sharply with the rough French of the locals. He asks her a simple question, a question about a traveler who passed through the town a week ago, a man carrying a small, leather-bound notebook. It is a simple question on the surface, but Philippa knows its true meaning. She knows that if she answers truthfully, she will set in motion a chain of events that will lead to the death of a man who trusted her. If she lies, she risks her own safety, and perhaps the safety of everyone she cares about in Orson. Her heart beats wildly in her chest, a trapped bird fighting against its cage. She looks at the stranger's hands, clean and white, with a heavy gold ring on one finger. She looks at his eyes, cold and empty, the eyes of a man who views other human beings as nothing more than instruments of his will. In this moment, the entire world seems to contract down to this single point, this choice between truth and safety, between loyalty and survival. She takes a deep breath. She can feel the ancient stone floor beneath her feet, solid and unyielding. She thinks of the river, flowing steadily through the darkness outside, indifferent to the petty schemes of men. She finds her anchor. When she speaks, her voice is steady, her tone quiet but clear. She gives him an answer that is neither a lie nor the full truth, an answer that protects her secret while giving him nothing he can use. The stranger stares at her for a long, agonizing moment, his eyes narrowing as he tries to read the thoughts behind her calm face. He realizes that this is no ordinary provincial girl. He realizes that he has met his match, not in a fellow spy or a seasoned politician, but in a child of the cabaret. He smiles, a cold, humorless movement of his lips, and bows slightly. He turns and leaves the cabaret, his footsteps echoing on the cobblestones outside. This moment of confrontation is a powerful illustration of the power of integrity. Philippa did not defeat the stranger with physical force or clever lies. She defeated him by standing firm in her own truth, by refusing to be intimidated by his power or seduced by his smooth words. She held the line, and in doing so, she protected not only her secret but her own soul. This is a lesson that is incredibly relevant to our lives today. We live in a world that is constantly trying to compromise our integrity. We are bombarded with messages telling us to conform, to take the easy way out, to sacrifice our values for the sake of convenience or success. But as Philippa's story shows us, true power lies in our willingness to stand firm, to protect what is sacred, and to refuse to be swayed by the cold calculations of the world around us. Let us explore the psychological dynamics of this integrity. Why is it so difficult to maintain our values when we are under pressure? It is because our brains are wired for survival. When we feel threatened, our primal instincts scream at us to do whatever it takes to survive, even if it means betraying our deepest beliefs. This is the source of the internal conflict that so many of us feel. We want to be good, we want to be honest, but we are also afraid of the consequences of standing up for ourselves. To overcome this primal fear, we must train our minds to see integrity not as a burden, but as a form of self-preservation. When you compromise your values, you are not protecting yourself. You are tearing down your own internal foundation. You are creating a sense of self-doubt and guilt that will weaken you far more than any external threat. But when you stand firm in your truth, you build an inner strength that is unbreakable. You create a sense of self-respect that will carry you through any storm. Here are some practical, step-by-step guidelines to help you build and maintain your own inner integrity. First, define your non-negotiables. What are the values that you will not compromise under any circumstances? Is it honesty, loyalty, compassion, courage? Write these down and place them where you can see them every day. By making these values explicit, you prepare your mind to defend them when the pressure is on. Second, practice making small choices with high integrity. You do not have to wait for a major crisis to build your moral strength. Every day presents countless small opportunities to choose integrity over convenience. When you make the right choice in small matters like admitting a mistake, returning extra change, or standing up for a colleague, you are building the mental muscles you will need when the stakes are high. Third, learn to tolerate discomfort. Standing firm in your integrity often means facing the disapproval of others, or experiencing a temporary loss of safety or convenience. Accept this discomfort as a natural part of the process. It is the price of admission for a life of purpose and self-respect. When you feel the urge to compromise, take a deep breath and remind yourself that the discomfort will pass, but the strength you gain from standing firm will stay with you forever. As we look back at the town of Orson, the night has fully set in. The lights in the cabaret are being extinguished one by one, casting long shadows across the empty tables. Philippa stands by the window, looking out into the darkness. The river is a silver thread winding through the black landscape, reflecting the cold, distant light of the stars. She knows that the danger has not passed. The stranger will return, or others will come in his place. The storm is still gathering, and she is still at its center. But she is no longer afraid in the same way she was before. She has faced the hunter and she has survived. She has discovered a strength within herself that she did not know she possessed. She knows that whatever comes next, she is ready. She is no longer just a girl of the provinces, a passive observer of history. She is Philippa, the keeper of secrets, the guardian of the future. This chapter in her life, this moment of awakening, is a powerful reminder that we are all capable of incredible strength when we are called upon to defend what we love. We may feel small, we may feel unprepared, we may feel as though the fate of the world is too heavy for us to bear. But when we connect with our own inner truth, when we find our anchor in love and integrity, we become capable of extraordinary things. Let us summarize the profound journey we have taken in this chapter. We began by stepping into the tense, expectant atmosphere of northern France in the summer of 1914, a time of quiet before a devastating storm. We explored the mystery of Philippa, a young girl carrying a secret that could decide the fate of empires. We analyzed the psychological dynamics of this classic struggle between innocence and power, and we provided practical, step-by-step advice to help you find your own footing in times of transition and uncertainty. We looked at the power of integrity, the importance of finding your sacred center, and the need to cultivate a broader, historical awareness in your personal life. We explored the beauty of silent observation, the strength that comes from embracing your silent burdens, and the deep, protective power of love. Now, as the night deepens in Orson and the stars shine down on the quiet valley, we must prepare ourselves for the next stage of our journey. The quiet of the summer is about to be shattered. The forces of history are moving, and the path that lies ahead for Philippa is filled with danger, passion, and unexpected twists of fate. In the next chapter, we will follow her as she steps out of the quiet corners of Orson and into the blinding light of the world stage. We will see how her secret is revealed, how her alliances are tested, and how she must find the courage to face a destiny that is far larger than she ever imagined. The game is about to become much more dangerous, the stakes infinitely higher. Let us step forward together into the gathering storm, holding fast to our own inner truth as we watch the fate of empires hang in the balance of a young girl's courage. Listen to the silence of the night, and feel the gentle rhythm of your own breathing. You are ready. The journey has only just begun, and the path ahead is filled with a beauty and a power that will touch the very depths of your soul. Stay with us as we step into the next chapter, where the shadows begin to speak, and the true test of Philippa's heart begins. As the river continues its silent journey to the sea, carrying with it the secrets of the ancient hills, we leave the quiet town of Orson behind for a moment. We carry its warmth, its dust, and its roses in our minds, but our eyes are fixed on the horizon, where the first faint flashes of lightning are beginning to illuminate the dark, heavy clouds of the coming war. The world is about to change, but the light of a single brave heart will never be extinguished. We must understand that this journey is not just Philippa's. It is yours as well. Every trial she faces is a trial you have faced or will face in your own life. Every victory she wins is a victory you can achieve. As we move forward into the narrative, keep this connection alive in your heart. Let her courage inspire yours. Let her integrity guide yours. And let her story remind you that even in the darkest, most turbulent times, you have the power to shape your own destiny and protect the things that matter most. Let us pause for one final, deep breath before we move on. Feel the stillness within you, the quiet strength that is always there, waiting to be called upon. The stage is set, the characters are in place, and the curtain is about to rise on a story of love, betrayal, and survival that you will never forget. In the deep, resonant silence that follows, we can hear the faint, distant echo of a carriage approaching the town. A new arrival, a new turn of the key, a new threat, or perhaps a new hope. The story moves forward, unstoppable as the tide, and we must follow it wherever it leads, trusting in the strength of the human spirit to guide us through the darkness. Consider the landscape of northern France once more, but now look at it through the lens of memory and premonition. The fields of Picardy and Artois, which in a few short months will be scarred by deep trenches and stained with the blood of nations, are currently waving with golden wheat. The contrast is almost too painful to contemplate. It is a beauty that is already carrying its own eulogy. When we look at Philippa, standing in her simple dress against this backdrop of doomed beauty, we are looking at the eternal struggle between human creation and human destruction. She represents everything that is worth saving: the quiet arts of peace, the tenderness of youth, the capacity for deep, unselfish love. The men who pursue her represent the opposite: the machinery of statecraft, the cold logic of national interest, the willingness to sacrifice the individual for the sake of the collective. This clash of values is not confined to the history books. It is happening right now, in the choices we make every day. When we choose to prioritize our relationships over our ambitions, when we choose to listen with empathy rather than react with anger, we are choosing the path of peace. We are choosing to protect the Philippa within us. But when we allow ourselves to be consumed by fear, when we view others as obstacles or resources to be managed, we are aligning ourselves with the dark forces that brought Europe to the brink of ruin in 1914. Let us dive deeper into the psychology of the hunter, the stranger who entered the cabaret. Why is he so desperate to find the secret Philippa holds? It is because he, too, is a prisoner. He is a prisoner of his own fear, a fear that has been masked by a posture of absolute authority. He believes that if he can control the information, if he can secure the secret, he will be safe. He believes that power is the only shield against the chaos of the world. This is a tragic delusion. The more power we seek over others, the more isolated we become, and the more vulnerable we are to the very chaos we are trying to avoid. If you find yourself acting as the hunter in your own life, perhaps driving yourself too hard, trying to control every variable in your environment, or viewing your relationships through the lens of transaction and utility, take a moment to recognize the fear that is driving this behavior. It is a natural fear, the fear of vulnerability, the fear of being hurt or left behind. But control is an illusion. The harder you grasp, the more slips through your fingers. True safety is not found in control. It is found in connection, in trust, and in the willingness to be vulnerable. Let us offer a gentle, mentoring hand to help you release this need for control and step into a more peaceful way of being. First, identify the areas where you are trying to exert excessive control. Is it in your career, your relationships, your health, your finances? Acknowledge that this control is born of fear, not strength. Second, practice the art of surrender. This does not mean giving up or becoming passive. It means accepting that there are forces in life that are larger than you, forces that you cannot control. Like a swimmer in a fast-moving river, you must learn to ride the current rather than fighting against it. Trust that you have the internal resources to handle whatever comes, even if you cannot predict the outcome. Third, cultivate a sense of gratitude for the present moment. Control is always focused on the future, on preventing negative outcomes or securing positive ones. But life is only happening now. When you bring your attention back to the present, to the warmth of the sun, the sound of a loved one's voice, or the simple beauty of your surroundings, the need for control melts away. You realize that in this moment, you are safe, you are whole, and you are enough. As we look ahead, we can see that the path for Philippa will require her to balance both of these aspects of her nature, her inner innocence and her outer strength. She cannot remain a passive child of the cabaret forever. She must grow, she must adapt, she must learn to navigate the dangerous waters of the world without losing her soul. This is the ultimate challenge of the human journey. It is the path of initiation, the journey from innocence to wisdom. And so, we stand with her at the window of the cabaret, looking out into the dark, expectant night. The air is cool now, the dust has settled, and the river continues its ancient, soothing song. The future is uncertain, the danger is real, but the light of hope is burning bright. We are ready to take the next step. We are ready to follow her into the dark, knowing that the morning will come, and that the truth will always prevail. Let the silence envelop you once more, a warm, protective blanket as we prepare to turn the page. The journey continues, and your heart is ready for the adventure that awaits. As the final echoes of this chapter fade into the quiet night, let us hold onto the image of Philippa, a small figure of immense courage, standing at the crossroads of history. She is a reminder that no matter how dark the world may seem, we carry within us a light that can never be extinguished, a key that can unlock the future, and a love that can heal the world. Step forward with confidence, dear listener. The storm is coming, but you are ready to meet it. The fate of empires may hang in the balance, but your soul is secure in its own truth. Let us proceed to the next chapter of this extraordinary journey, where the secrets of the heart will be revealed, and the true power of the human spirit will be tested to its absolute limits. Narrator Introduction. Setting the stage of 1914. Close your eyes for a moment, and let the busy, fragmented clamor of the modern world gently slip away from your shoulders. Take a deep, slow breath, and allow yourself to settle into this space of quiet listening. You are here, you are safe, and we are about to embark on a journey together. My voice will be your steady companion through the hours ahead, a calm and reassuring anchor as we travel back in time, crossing ocean and continent, traversing the distance of more than a century to a world that was both heartbreakingly beautiful and terrifyingly fragile. We are standing together at the threshold of a grand narrative arc that will unfold over 271 minutes. Think of this not merely as an audiobook, but as an intimate sanctuary of story, a dedicated space where your imagination can roam free, where your heart can beat in tandem with the lives of people who lived, loved, and struggled in a time of monumental change. Over the course of our journey, we will walk through 23 carefully crafted chapters, each one a stepping stone across a river of human emotion, suspense, and historical upheaval. Together, We will experience the quiet, sun-dappled peace of a European summer, and then, with a suddenness that still catches the breath of historians, we will feel the earth shudder beneath the weight of marching armies and the sudden, terrifying outbreak of the First World War. To understand the world of 1914 is to understand the fragile nature of our own existence. Imagine, if you will, the early summer of that fateful year. It was a time of unprecedented elegance, an era known as the Belle Epoque, where the wealth of nations was displayed in grand exhibitions, where high society gathered in the glittering salons of Paris, London, and Vienna, and where the future seemed to stretch out in an unbroken line of progress and prosperity. The air was filled with a scent of blooming jasmine, the soft rustle of silk dresses on manicured lawns, and the distant, cheerful strains of brass bands playing in public parks. There was an intoxicating sense of security, a belief that humanity had grown too civilized, too interconnected by trade, telegraph wires, and cultural exchange, to ever descend into the madness of a global conflict again. But beneath this splendid, gilded surface, a different kind of energy was gathering. It was an undercurrent of tension, a complex web of secret alliances, national rivalries, and quiet, desperate espionage. In the darkened back rooms of embassies, in the shadowed corners of railway stations, and along the heavily fortified borders of European empires, men and women were playing a high-stakes game of survival and supremacy. They were the silent actors of the secret services, individuals who lived double lives, speaking in whispers and moving in the shadows, aware that a single misstep, a single intercepted letter, could ignite a spark that would set the entire continent ablaze. This is the world into which the brilliant author Robert W. Chambers invites us. Chambers, a writer of extraordinary sensitivity and dramatic flair, is perhaps best known to modern readers for his contributions to early weird fiction, but it was in the realm of historical romance and suspense that his storytelling genius truly flourished. In his masterpiece, The Girl Philippa, he captures the very essence of this transitional moment in human history. He does not merely report the events of the war. He breathes life into them, translating the cold facts of history into a deeply personal, emotionally resonant human drama. Through his words, we are introduced to Philippa, a young woman of mysterious origins living in the quiet, picturesque town of Orson, nestled in the green hills of northern France near the Belgian border. Philippa is a symbol of innocence standing on the precipice of experience. She is a figure of grace and resilience, living a modest life while completely unaware of the great secrets that surround her identity, or of the storm of international intrigue that is about to sweep her up in its path. As we prepare to enter this world, let us contemplate a profound truth about human nature. Why is it that we are so deeply drawn to stories of historical crises and romantic longing? Why do our hearts respond to the plight of characters caught in the gears of a destiny far larger than themselves? Perhaps it is because, in our own lives, we often feel the same sense of vulnerability. We, too, live in a world that can feel unstable and unpredictable. We, too, must navigate the quiet currents of our personal relationships while trying to make sense of the larger, often chaotic forces of society, economy, and change that shape our daily existence. By exploring the struggles of those who walked the earth in 1914, we find a mirror for our own hopes, our own secret fears, and our own capacity for courage in the face of the unknown. Let us begin our exploration by welcoming you formally to this narrative journey. Robert W. Chambers was a master of atmosphere, a writer who understood that before you can make a listener care about a plot, you must first make them fall in love with a place and a feeling. When you listen to the girl Philippa, you are not merely observing a sequence of events. You are stepping into a vivid, multisensory environment. Chambers paints his settings with the eye of an artist, describing the light as it filters through the ancient trees of the Ardennes, the cold, clear water of the river Aisne, and the warm, inviting interior of the local tavern where the townspeople gather to drink cider and gossip about the harvest. Consider the craft of the author as he sets this stage. Chambers was born in Brooklyn, New York, in 1865, and spent much of his youth studying art in Paris. This artistic training is evident in every line of his prose. He does not merely tell us that a scene is beautiful. He shows us the precise shade of blue in the evening sky, the texture of the gray stone walls of the old fortress at Orson, and the way the morning mist clings to the meadows like a shroud. This visual richness creates an immediate, almost hypnotic sense of presence. As the narrator, my goal is to translate that visual beauty into an auditory experience, using the cadence of my voice to evoke the sights, sounds, and scents of a lost world. To illustrate this, let us imagine a young writer sitting at his desk in the early 20th century. He is surrounded by the tools of his trade, a heavy brass inkwell, a selection of fine steel-nibbed pens, and stacks of creamy, heavy paper. Outside his window, the modern city of New York is growing, with its clanging streetcars and towering steel skyscrapers. Yet, as he dips his pen into the ink, his mind travels far across the Atlantic, back to the quiet, sun-baked roads of northern France where he spent some of the happiest years of his youth. He remembers a girl he once saw standing near a stone well in a country village, her dark hair catching the light, her eyes reflecting a quiet, thoughtful depth that stayed with him for decades. In his mind, she becomes Philippa. He begins to write, his pen scratching rhythmically across the page, pouring his memories, his love for the French landscape, and his profound sadness at the devastation of the war into a story of redemption, loyalty, and love. He writes not just to entertain, but to preserve a world that was being torn apart by artillery shells and trench warfare. He writes to remind his readers that even in the darkest, most destructive moments of human history, the light of human kindness, love, and courage cannot be extinguished. From a psychological perspective, this connection to the past is incredibly vital for our subconscious minds. We live in an era of rapid, often disorienting technological advancement. We are bombarded with information, constant notifications, and the relentless pressure of the present moment. This can leave us feeling untethered, disconnected from our roots, and anxious about the future. When we immerse ourselves in a classic story like The Girl Philippa, we are engaging in a form of psychological restoration. We are allowing our minds to slow down, to align with a slower, more natural narrative rhythm. By observing the characters in this story, we recognize that the core struggles of human existence do not change. The need for safety, the desire to be truly known and loved, the pain of betrayal, and the triumph of loyalty are universal experiences that transcend time and place. This realization brings a profound sense of comfort. It reminds us that we are not alone in our struggles. The anxieties we feel about our own uncertain future are the very same anxieties that the people of 1914 felt as they watched the clouds of war gather on the horizon. If they could find the strength to endure, to love, and to rebuild, then we, too, possess that same inner reservoir of resilience. How can we apply this insight to our own lives? As your mentor on this journey, I invite you to practice the art of conscious presence as you listen. Throughout the hours we will spend together, whenever you feel your mind begin to wander, or whenever the stresses of your daily life attempt to pull you away, gently bring your focus back to the sound of my voice and the details of the story. Think of this listening experience as a form of meditation. When Chambers describes the quiet streets of Orson, take a moment to picture those streets in your own mind. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, hear the sound of the horses' hooves on the cobblestones, and smell the fresh bread baking in the village oven. By actively engaging your imagination, you are training your brain to find stillness and focus in the midst of a noisy world. You are reclaiming your right to pause, to reflect, and to feel deeply. Now, let us turn our attention to the second key point, the unique narrative pacing of this masterpiece across 23 chapters. To guide a listener through a story of this scale requires a delicate balance. It is a structure that must carefully manage tension, alternating between moments of high-stakes historical thriller elements and scenes of deep, intimate romantic drama. Think of the 23 chapters as a musical symphony. A symphony does not begin with a deafening crash of cymbals and a roaring brass section. It begins softly, introducing the main themes, establishing the key, and building a sense of expectation. The early chapters of our story are like those opening movements. They introduce us to the key players: Philippa, the mysterious girl with the haunting eyes; Warner, the American artist who has come to France to paint but finds himself drawn into a web of intrigue; and Sister Alix, a woman of profound faith and quiet strength who serves as a protector and guide. In these early chapters, the pacing is deliberate, almost leisurely. We are allowed to linger in the beauty of the French countryside, to witness the quiet interactions of the villagers, and to feel the slow, sweet blossom of attraction between Warner and Philippa. This slow build-up is essential. It allows us to form a deep emotional bond with the characters, to understand their dreams, their vulnerabilities, and their fears. We must care about them deeply in these quiet moments so that when the storm of war finally breaks, we feel the danger they face as if it were our own. As the narrative progresses, the tempo begins to quicken. The historical thriller elements begin to emerge, like dark threads woven into a bright tapestry. We learn of secret documents, of hidden identities, and of the sinister movements of foreign agents who are operating in the shadows of Orson. The threat of war, which once seemed like a distant, abstract possibility discussed only in the newspapers, begins to draw closer and closer, until it becomes an inescapable, terrifying reality. The pacing shifts from the gentle rhythm of a summer afternoon to the frantic, heartbeat-skipping tempo of a chase. The chapters become shorter, the action more intense, and the suspense almost unbearable. Yet, even in the midst of this high-stakes action, Chambers never loses sight of the human heart. He constantly grounds the thriller elements in the romantic drama, reminding us that the ultimate stakes of the conflict are not just the fate of empires, but the survival of love, trust, and connection between individual human beings. To understand how this balance of pacing works, let us look at our cinematic example of this dynamic in action. Imagine a small, quiet workshop of a clockmaker in a French border town in the summer of 1914. The room is filled with a soft, comforting sound of dozens of clocks ticking in unison. The air smells of brass polish, machine oil, and old wood. The clockmaker, an elderly man with thick spectacles, is working carefully on the delicate mechanism of a pocket watch, his hands steady and precise. He is completely absorbed in his work, finding peace in the predictable, orderly movements of the gears and springs. Suddenly, from the street outside, comes the sound of a distant bugle, followed by the heavy, rhythmic thud of marching boots. The clockmaker stops his work, his hand hovering over the watch. He looks toward the window. The ticking of the clocks in his shop suddenly seems louder, faster, as if they are counting down the final, precious minutes of peace. He stands up and walks to the door, looking out into the street. There, he sees a column of young soldiers marching toward the frontier, their faces pale but determined, their rifles catching the afternoon sun. The townspeople have gathered on the sidewalks, some waving flags, others weeping silently into their handkerchiefs. In that single moment, the quiet, orderly world of the clockmaker is shattered by the vast, unstoppable force of history. The slow, patient pacing of his daily life is instantly replaced by the urgent, terrifying tempo of mobilization. This dramatic contrast between the quiet details of individual lives and the massive, disruptive power of historical events is what makes the girl Philippa so profoundly affecting. It speaks to a deep psychological need within all of us. We all desire structure, predictability, and a sense of control over our lives. We plan our days, we work toward our goals, and we build our relationships, hoping for a steady, upward trajectory of happiness and security. Yet, deep down, we also harbor a subconscious fear of the unexpected. We know that at any moment, an external event, a health crisis, a financial setback, a global pandemic, or a sudden change in our circumstances can disrupt our plans and throw our lives into chaos. When we experience this tension in a structured narrative, we are practicing how to handle it in our own lives. We watch the characters navigate the sudden acceleration of their destiny, observing how they cope with fear, how they adapt to changing circumstances, and how they maintain their integrity and love for one another despite the chaos around them. This narrative journey acts as a safe, emotional simulator, preparing our minds to face the unexpected twists and turns of our own lives with greater courage and adaptability. As you listen to the changing pace of our story, I want you to reflect on the pacing of your own life. Are you currently in a season of quiet preparation, a slow-tempo period where you can focus on building relationships, cultivating your inner life, and appreciating the quiet beauty of your surroundings? Or are you in a high-stakes, fast-paced season where you feel swept up by external demands, facing pressure from every side, and struggling to find your footing? If you are in a quiet season, let this story encourage you to cherish every moment, to be fully present in the beauty of the ordinary, and to build strong emotional foundations. If you are in a chaotic, fast-paced season, let the journey of our characters remind you that even in the midst of the storm, you can find a quiet center. You can choose to anchor yourself in love, loyalty, and your core values, knowing that no storm lasts forever, and that the steady, quiet rhythm of life will eventually return. This brings us to our third and perhaps most gripping key point, inviting you, the listener, to immerse yourself in a world of Secret Service agents, double crosses, and the sudden outbreak of war. This is not just a backdrop for a love story. It is an exploration of the moral complexity and psychological pressure that comes with living in a state of constant vigilance. In the world of 1914, Espionage was not a glamorous adventure depicted in modern action movies. It was a grimy, exhausting, and deeply isolating existence. It was a world where a person could never truly let down their guard, where every conversation was a potential trap, and where trust was a rare, dangerous luxury. In The Girl Philippa, Chambers introduces us to characters who operate in this twilight world. We meet agents who are fiercely loyal to their countries, yet haunted by the moral compromises they must make in the line of duty. We witness the devastating impact of the double cross, where long-held friendships and alliances are shattered in an instant by betrayal. This creates a powerful, suspenseful atmosphere where the reader and the listener is constantly questioning the motives of every character. Who is telling the truth? Who is wearing a mask? What are the hidden agendas that drive the actions of those who appear to be innocent bystanders? To truly appreciate the psychological depth of this dynamic, let us place ourselves in the shoes of a secret agent working in northern France on the eve of the war. Imagine standing on the platform of a dimly lit railway station in the dead of night. The air is cold, damp, and thick with the smell of coal smoke and wet iron. A light rain is falling, making the platform glisten under the weak yellow glow of a single oil lamp. You are waiting for a contact, a person you have never met, known only by a code name and a specific physical gesture. Your heart is pounding against your ribs, a frantic, trapped bird, but your face remains completely calm, a mask of indifferent fatigue. You scan the few passengers who have stepped off the late-night train. A tired businessman carrying a leather valise, a young mother holding a sleeping child, a priest with his head bowed in prayer. Any one of them could be your contact. Or any one of them could be a counterintelligence agent sent to arrest you, to drag you away to a damp prison cell where you will face interrogation and, ultimately, a firing squad. The level of psychological tension is exhausting. Every shadow seems to move, every whisper sounds like a threat, and the weight of the secret you carry feels like a heavy iron chain wrapped around your chest. When we observe this high-stakes game of secrets and lies, it touches upon a very deep, fundamental human fear, the fear of betrayal and the challenge of trust. In our own lives, we may not be secret agents carrying state secrets, but we all play a version of this game. We all wear masks to protect ourselves from being hurt or misunderstood. We wear professional masks at work, social masks at parties, and sometimes even emotional masks around the people we love most, hiding our deepest insecurities, our fears of failure, and our unhealed wounds. We worry that if people saw our true, unguarded selves, they would reject us or use our vulnerability against us. This self-protection, while natural, can lead to a profound sense of isolation. It prevents us from experiencing true intimacy and authentic connection. The spy genre resonates so deeply with us because it dramatizes this internal struggle. It asks the ultimate question: is it possible to remain human, to love, and to trust when you are surrounded by an environment of suspicion and deceit? Through the character of Philippa, and through her relationship with Warner, Chambers answers this question with a resounding yes. Philippa is a beacon of authenticity in a world of deception. Despite the mystery of her past and the dangers that gather around her, she possesses a fierce, uncompromising honesty and a capacity for deep, unconditional trust. When Warner enters her life, he is forced to confront his own emotional defenses, to let down his guard, and to risk everything to protect her. Their relationship becomes a powerful testament to the transformative power of vulnerability. It shows us that true strength does not lie in building thick, impenetrable walls around our hearts, but in having the courage to open those walls, to show our true selves, and to offer our trust, even when there is no guarantee of safety. My advice to you, as we prepare to journey through these chapters, is to take a look at the walls you have built in your own life. What are the secrets you carry? What are the masks you wear to protect yourself from the world? I want to gently remind you that while boundaries are healthy and necessary, keeping your heart constantly locked away in a fortress of suspicion will only starve you of the connection and love you truly desire. As we listen to the characters in this story learn to trust one another in the midst of war, let us use this as an inspiration to practice vulnerability in our own daily interactions. Start small. Perhaps you can share a genuine, unvarnished feeling with a close friend, ask for help when you feel overwhelmed, or offer a sincere apology to someone you have hurt. By choosing vulnerability over self-protection, you are taking a step toward a richer, more authentic life. You are stepping out of the cold, isolating shadows of the Secret Service and into the warm, healing light of genuine human connection. As we bring this introductory chapter to a close, let us pause and look back at the ground we have covered, and prepare our minds for the path that lies ahead. We have established our presence in this shared space of listening, committing ourselves to a beautiful, emotional, and profound journey of 271 minutes. We have welcomed the rich, evocative storytelling of Robert W. Chambers, a writer who uses his artistic eye and deep human empathy to recreate the lost world of 1914. We have explored the masterful pacing of the 23 chapters, understanding how the narrative carefully balances the heart-stopping suspense of a historical thriller with the tender, intimate beauty of a classic romance. And we have dared to peer into the shadowed world of secret services, double crosses, and the sudden, world-shattering outbreak of war, discovering within these themes a profound psychological mirror for our own struggles with trust, vulnerability, and resilience. In the moments that lie ahead, the curtain will rise on our first chapter. The peaceful, sunlit valley of Orson awaits us. We will hear the rustle of the summer leaves, the murmur of the river, and the gentle chatter of the townspeople as they go about their daily lives, unaware of the shadow that is creeping toward them from the east. We will meet Philippa, standing at her crossroads, and we will feel the first, subtle stirrings of a destiny that will change her life, and the world, forever. Take another deep, cleansing breath. Let your body relax completely into your chair or your bed. Let go of any remaining tension in your jaw, your neck, and your shoulders. The world of the present can wait. The year is now 1914. The air is warm, the scent of summer roses is thick in the air, and a young woman is looking out toward the distant hills, waiting for the story to begin. Let us step forward together into the beauty, the mystery, and the unforgettable drama of the girl Philippa. Imagine, if you will, the physical geography of this place we are about to enter. Orson is a town of ancient stone and quiet waterways. It sits in a valley that has seen centuries of human history pass through its gates. Romans once marched along these very roads, their iron sandals striking the earth where now the quiet French peasants till the soil. Middle Ages fortresses, crumbling and covered in dark ivy, still stand on the crests of the surrounding hills, silent sentinels guarding a peace that has lasted for decades. In the center of the town stands the Harkness Pavilion, a modest place of rest where travelers from all over Europe stop to refresh themselves. There is a small square, surrounded by low, gray stone houses with red-tiled roofs. In the center of the square, an old stone fountain trickles water continuously, a cool, soothing sound that has served as the background lullaby of Orson for generations. It is here that we will find our characters. They are not grand historical figures whose names are carved into marble monuments. They are ordinary people, like you and me, who have their own small joys, their own daily worries, and their own private dreams. Warner, the American, is a man who seeks beauty in a world that is increasingly turning its focus toward industry and machinery. He has come to this remote corner of France with his easel, his brushes, and his canvas, hoping to capture the perfect, fleeting light of a European afternoon. He is a man of quiet observation, someone who feels a deep, unspoken longing for a connection that he has not yet found in his travels. And then there is Philippa. When we first catch sight of her, she is working diligently, her movements graceful and unhurried. There is an air of quiet dignity about her that seems out of place in a simple country tavern. Her history is a blank page, even to herself. She knows only the life she has lived in Orson, under the watchful, often harsh eye of the tavern keeper, Wildress. Yet, there is a noble quality in her spirit, a silent resilience that suggests she is destined for something far greater than washing glasses and serving cider to passing travelers. She is a creature of the borders, living at the edge of nations, at the edge of childhood and womanhood, and at the edge of an era that is about to disappear into the smoke of battle. As we prepare to listen to her story, let us think about the significance of borders in our own lives. A border is not just a line drawn on a map by politicians and generals. A border is a psychological space, a transition zone between what was and what will be. We all cross borders in our lives. We cross the border between youth and maturity, between singlehood and partnership, between the comfort of the familiar and the terrifying challenge of the new. Crossing a border always requires a leap of faith. It requires us to leave behind the safety of the territory we know and to step into the unknown, trusting that we have the strength to survive and thrive in whatever new landscape lies before us. The story of Philippa is the story of a young woman forced to cross the ultimate border, to leave behind her quiet, sheltered life and to enter a world of conflict, intrigue, and revelation. Let us also consider the historical weight of the year 1914. It was a year when the old world died and the modern world was born in a crucible of fire and steel. Before 1914, Europe was ruled by ancient dynasties, by emperors and kings who traced their lineages back through the centuries. The social order seemed fixed and eternal. But the war changed everything. It swept away empires, redrew the map of the world, and transformed the way human beings thought about war, technology, and their own humanity. It was a moment when the innocence of the 19th century was violently replaced by the disillusionment and complexity of the 20th. By listening to this story, we are honoring the memory of those who lived through this titanic shift. We are listening to their voices, preserved through the medium of literature, and allowing their experiences to touch our souls. We are acknowledging that their struggles, their losses, and their triumphs are part of the shared tapestry of human history, a tapestry that we continue to weave with our own lives today. As your narrator, my promise to you is to bring this tapestry to life with all the warmth, empathy, and dramatic intensity it deserves. I will not merely read the words on the page. I will live them with you. I will share in your suspense as the plot thickens. I will feel the warmth of your joy as love blossoms, and I will stand beside you in the quiet, solemn moments of grief and reflection. This is our shared journey, an intellectual and emotional adventure that will enrich our minds and touch our hearts. So, let us begin. Let us leave behind the noise and haste of our modern lives. Let us step back into the quiet, sun-dappled streets of Orson in the summer of 1914. The air is warm, the river is flowing gently, and the stage is set for a story of romance, intrigue, and the unforgettable resilience of the human spirit. The first chapter is waiting. Let us listen together. Consider the silence that precedes a great storm. If you have ever stood on a porch in the countryside on a hot July afternoon, just before a thunderstorm breaks, you know that silence well. The birds stop singing, the leaves on the trees hold their breath, and the air becomes thick, heavy, and charged with electric tension. You can smell the ozone in the air, a sharp, clean scent that signals the coming rain. You know that within minutes, the sky will darken, the wind will howl, and the heavens will open in a torrent of water and light. Yet, in those final, quiet moments before the first drop of rain falls, there is a strange, breathless beauty. The world seems suspended in time, caught between the peaceful warmth of the afternoon and the wild, destructive power of the storm. This is exactly where we find ourselves as we enter the narrative of the girl Philippa. The early summer of 1914 is that breathless silence. The characters we will meet are living in that suspended moment, completely unaware of the tempest that is gathering just beyond the horizon. They are planning their futures, tending to their daily chores, and falling in love, while the great machinery of war is slowly, relentlessly grinding into motion. This dramatic irony, the fact that we, the listeners, know what is coming while the characters do not, creates a powerful, underlying layer of suspense that runs through every scene, every dialogue, and every quiet moment of reflection. Let us explore this idea of dramatic irony further. It is a powerful storytelling tool because it mirrors a fundamental aspect of the human condition. We all live our lives in a state of partial ignorance. We make decisions, we form plans, and we invest our hearts in people and projects, without ever knowing what tomorrow will bring. We walk through our own personal summers, unaware of the storms that may be gathering in our future. This is not a reason for despair. Rather, it is a call to live our lives with greater intensity, appreciation, and gratitude. It reminds us to cherish the quiet, ordinary moments of peace and connection, because we never know when our world might change. When we observe Warner painting his canvases in the meadows of Orson, we are seeing a man who is trying to capture the eternal beauty of the present moment. He knows that the light he is painting will change in an hour, that the flowers will fade with the seasons, and that the quiet peace of the meadow is temporary. Yet, he still devotes his energy, his skill, and his heart to preserving that beauty on canvas. This is a beautiful metaphor for the human creative spirit. We create art, we write stories, we build homes, and we cultivate gardens, not because we believe they will last forever in a physical sense, but because the act of creation is our way of asserting our humanity in the face of change and decay. It is our way of saying, I was here, I saw this beauty, and I loved it. Philippa, too, in her own quiet way, is an artist of the ordinary. She brings a sense of order, grace, and beauty to her humble surroundings. She cares for the people around her, she notices the small changes in the seasons, and she holds onto her integrity in an environment that is often harsh and unforgiving. Her life is a reminder that greatness is not defined by the grandness of our circumstances, but by the quality of our character. It is possible to live a noble, beautiful life even in the most modest of settings, and it is often those who are quietest and most unassuming who possess the greatest capacity for courage and sacrifice when the time comes. As we prepare to embark on this journey, let us open our minds and our hearts to the lessons these characters have to teach us. Let us allow their story to wash over us, to stir our emotions, and to provoke our thoughts. Let us listen with a sense of wonder, curiosity, and deep empathy, knowing that we are about to experience a true classic of literature, brought to life through the power of the spoken word. Take a moment now to adjust your posture, to find a position of absolute comfort. Close your eyes once more, and let my voice carry you away. The year is 1914. The sun is setting over the green hills of northern France, casting long, golden shadows across the quiet streets of Orson. The river Aisne flows silently by, reflecting the pink and orange hues of the twilight sky. In the distance, a church bell tolls, its sweet, clear sound echoing through the valley. The air is cool, fresh, and filled with the promise of the night. Philippa is standing by the window of the tavern, looking out into the gathering darkness, her heart filled with an unspoken expectation. Our journey is about to begin. Let us step into her world. Let us reflect upon the power of a story to bridge the chasm of time. When we open our ears and our hearts to a tale written over a century ago, we are performing an act of historical resurrection. The world of 1914, with all its specific anxieties, its unique landscapes, and its distinct social graces, rises up around us like a mist on a summer morning. We can hear the rustle of long skirts on gravel pathways, the clink of teacups on wrought iron tables, and the low, urgent murmurs of men discussing politics in wood-paneled smoking rooms. This is not a dry academic study of history. This is history experienced through the senses, through the warm blood of characters who feel as real and as vital as ourselves. Consider the character of Warner, the American artist who serves as one of our main guides through this landscape. Warner represents the modern observer, an outsider who enters a traditional, deeply rooted society and finds himself transformed by its quiet beauty and its sudden dangers. In many ways, Warner is a stand-in for the listener. He is a stranger in Orson, trying to make sense of the local customs, the unspoken rivalries, and the complex web of relationships that defines the town. Like him, we are entering this world as observers, but as the story unfolds, we find ourselves drawn deeper and deeper into its center, until we are no longer mere spectators, but active participants in the drama. Warner's journey is also a profound exploration of the nature of observation itself. As an artist, he is trained to look closely, to see the subtle variations of color and shadow that others might miss. He looks at Philippa not just with curiosity, but with an artist's appreciation for her unique, unguarded grace. He sees past her humble attire and her quiet demeanor to the true, noble spirit that lies within. This act of looking deeply, of seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, is what allows him to connect with her on a level that transcends social barriers and language. It is a reminder to us, in our own fast-paced lives, to slow down and look at the people around us with greater attention and empathy. How often do we pass by others without truly seeing them? How often do we make snap judgments based on outward appearances, missing the rich, complex inner lives of those we encounter every day? And what of Philippa herself? She is a character who embodies the mystery of identity. Throughout the novel, her true origins are a source of constant speculation and danger. She is caught between her present reality as a simple girl working in a country tavern and the hidden, noble heritage that she is completely unaware of. This struggle for identity is one of the most powerful and enduring archetypes in literature. It speaks to our own deep, subconscious search for who we truly are. We all have moments where we feel like we do not quite fit into the roles that society, our families, or our circumstances have assigned to us. We feel a quiet, persistent longing for something more, a sense that there is a truer, deeper version of ourselves waiting to be discovered and expressed. Philippa's journey is a dramatic, outward manifestation of this universal internal quest. As she uncovers the truth of her past, she must also find the courage to claim her true identity, even when it places her in the center of a dangerous, shifting world. As your narrator and guide, I invite you to pay close attention to the way Chambers builds this sense of mystery and expectation around Philippa. It is not done with loud, dramatic pronouncements, but through small, subtle details. It is in the way she holds herself when she speaks, the quiet intelligence in her eyes when she listens, and the instinctive grace of her movements. These are the clues that tell us she is not who she appears to be, clues that invite us to join Warner in his quest to understand and protect this remarkable young woman. Let us also take a moment to appreciate the setting of northern France itself, which plays such a crucial role in the story. This is a region that has always stood at the crossroads of European history. It is a land of rolling green hills, fertile farmlands, and dense, ancient forests. It is a place where the beauty of nature is constantly juxtaposed with the scars of human conflict. As we travel along the roads of Arsone, we will pass by old stone chapels, crumbling ruins of medieval castles, and quiet, sluggish rivers that have witnessed the rise and fall of empires. This landscape is not just a passive background. It is an active character in the story, shaping the actions of the protagonists and reflecting the shifting emotional tones of the narrative. In the early chapters, the landscape is a source of peace, inspiration, and romantic escape. But as the threat of war draws closer, the familiar hills and forests begin to take on a sinister, threatening aspect. The ancient trees of the Ardennes, which once offered cool shade and quiet paths for wandering lovers, now become potential hiding places for enemy scouts and snipers. The quiet, winding roads become conduits for marching troops and heavy artillery. The beauty of the landscape remains, but it is now haunted by the shadow of impending destruction. This transformation of the setting is a powerful visual metaphor for the impact of war on human lives. It shows how the conflict invades every aspect of existence, turning even the most peaceful, sacred spaces into zones of danger and fear. Yet, even as we prepare to face these darker chapters, let us not lose sight of the profound romantic drama that lies at the heart of the story. The love that develops between Warner and Philippa is not a superficial, easy romance. It is a bond that is forged in the fires of adversity, tested by suspicion, and strengthened by shared danger. It is a love that requires both of them to let down their guard, to risk their lives, and to offer their trust in a world where trust is a rare and dangerous commodity. Their relationship is a testament to the power of love to heal, to protect, and to redeem, even in the midst of global catastrophe. It is a reminder that no matter how dark the world may become, the small, quiet connections between human beings are the things that truly matter, the things that give us the strength to endure and the courage to rebuild. As we stand here together, on the threshold of this grand narrative, I want you to feel a sense of excitement and anticipation. We are about to enter a world of extraordinary beauty and intense drama, a world that will challenge your mind and touch your heart. You are in safe hands. My voice will be with you every step of the way, guiding you through the quiet summer afternoons of Orson, the tense, whispered conversations of the secret agents, and the terrifying, world-shattering outbreak of the war. So, let us take one last, deep breath together. Let us let go of the present, and step boldly into the past. The year is 1914. The sun is shining brightly on the green hills of northern France, casting its warm, golden light across the quiet streets of Orson. The river Aisne is flowing gently by, and the girl Philippa is waiting for us. Let our journey begin. Chapters 1 to 5. The Quiet Before the Storm. Welcome, traveler of the mind, to a sanctuary of sound and story. Take a deep, settling breath, and let the clamor of the modern world gently recede into the background. Allow yourself to arrive fully in this moment, for we are about to embark on a journey backward in time, to a fragile, beautiful world on the very brink of transformation. We are stepping into the opening chapters of Robert Chambers' classic tale, The Girl Philippa, focusing on the quiet, tense, and deeply atmospheric prelude that stretches across chapters 1 to 5. This is a story about the quiet before the storm, a theme that resonates not just as a historical marker of the summer of 1914, but as a profound psychological truth that each of us experiences in our own lives. There is a singular, almost painful beauty in the moments that precede a great cataclysm. It is the silence that hangs in the air before a lightning strike, the stillness of the leaves before the autumn wind tears them from the branches, the deep breath we take before our lives change forever. As the great philosophers have often reminded us, we rarely recognize the happiest days of our lives while we are living them. We only see them clearly through the rearview mirror of memory, gilded in a light that has long since faded. Why is it that human beings must stand on the precipice of loss to truly appreciate the exquisite grace of the present? This is the central question we will explore today as we wander through the sun-drenched, yet deeply troubled, valleys of Orson. Imagine, if you will, the French countryside near the Belgian border in the late, warm days of July. The air is thick with the scent of ripening wheat, damp river moss, and wild mint. The River Marne flows like a ribbon of molten silver through a landscape that seems to have been painted by the softest brushes of the Impressionists. It is a place where time seems to have slowed to a crawl, where the ancient stone houses of the village of Orson cling to the hillsides like barnacles to a ship's hull, and where the daily rhythm of life is measured by the tolling of the church bells and the slow movement of cattle across the green pastures. Into this idyllic landscape steps James Warner, an American artist. Warner is a man who has traveled far to find simplicity. He is carrying his paintbox, his folding easel, and a heart that seeks solace in the uncomplicated beauty of nature. He is a man who believes he has left the troubles of the world behind in Paris, seeking only the play of light on water, the shadow of clouds on the hills, and the honest, quiet life of a rustic retreat. Yet, as Warner soon discovers, there is no corner of the earth so remote, no valley so deep, that it can remain untouched by the gathering storm of human history. Let us pause here and contemplate the nature of Warner's arrival. He is a stranger in a land that is quietly holding its breath. The countryside is picturesque, yes, but there is an underlying tension, a subtle vibration in the earth that speaks of things unseen. The border with Belgium is not far, and beyond that lies the shadow of an empire preparing for war. In the local taverns, over glasses of sour wine and dark beer, the talk is not just of the harvest, but of troop movements, of secret treaties, and of the ominous silence coming from across the frontier. The locals go about their daily tasks, but their eyes are constantly turning toward the east, watching the roads, listening for the sound of distant engines, searching the sky for signs of the storm. Consider the psychological weight of this environment. It is a manifestation of the classic human struggle between our desire for peace and our awareness of inevitable change. We all have our own Orson. We all seek out those quiet spaces in our lives, our relationships, our routines, our creative sanctuaries, hoping that if we just paint beautifully enough, or work hard enough, or love deeply enough, we can keep the chaos of the outer world at bay. We build walls of habit and comfort, wishing to remain undisturbed. But the world, with all its political, social, and emotional currents, has a way of seeping through the cracks of our sanctuaries. Let us explore this dynamic through a cinematic glimpse of Warner's daily life in these first chapters. Picture him standing by the river bank in the late afternoon. The light is golden, that rich, heavy amber light that only comes in late summer. He is working on a canvas, trying to capture the exact shade of green where the willow branches dip into the slow-moving current. His hands are stained with oil paint, and his brow is furrowed in concentration. To any casual observer, he is the picture of peaceful artistic absorption. But listen closely to his inner monologue. Behind the technical calculations of color and perspective, there is a restless questioning. He hears the distant whistle of a train, and instead of ignoring it, he wonders if that train is carrying soldiers toward the northern forts. He notices that the birds in the nearby thicket have suddenly fallen silent, and he feels a cold shiver of apprehension that has nothing to do with the temperature of the air. He looks at his canvas and wonders if he is merely painting a tombstone for a world that is about to die. This tension is amplified when he returns to the local inn, the Golden Peach, run by the stout, warm-hearted, yet deeply anxious Madame Courtois. Here, the atmosphere is a mix of domestic comfort and creeping dread. The copper pans gleam on the walls. The smell of roasting chicken and garlic fills the air, but the conversation is hushed, punctuated by sudden silences whenever a stranger enters the room. Warner sits at his corner table, observing it all with an artist's keen eye, feeling the invisible threads of anxiety that are binding these simple villagers together. Why does this classic dynamic matter to us? Sitting in the comfort of our own lives, decades removed from the summer of 1914. It matters because the subconscious mind does not distinguish between a historical war and the personal crises we face today. When we sense that a major shift is coming, whether it is the end of a relationship, a career transition, or a health crisis, our first instinct is often to retreat into a state of hyper-focused denial. We try to paint our pictures, to maintain our routines, to pretend that the horizon is clear. This struggle between the desire to remain asleep in our beautiful dreams and the necessity of waking up to a harsh reality is one of the most profound conflicts of the human condition. It holds us back because denial drains our energy. It takes an immense amount of emotional strength to ignore the rumblings of the earth. But when we learn to acknowledge the tension, to accept that the storm is coming without letting it destroy our appreciation of the present moment, we find a rare and powerful form of courage. We learn to live in the transitional spaces of our lives with grace and awareness. If you find yourself in such a transitional space right now, sensing a storm on the horizon of your own life, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. The first step is not to panic, nor is it to force yourself into a state of false optimism. Instead, practice the art of conscious presence, just as Warner did on the river bank. Acknowledge the shadows. Say to yourself, yes, I feel the tension, I see the dark clouds, but right now, in this very room, in this very breath, there is peace. Second, do not abandon your creative endeavors or your daily rituals of joy. Paint your picture, write your story, tend your garden, even if you fear the harvest may be disrupted. These acts of creation are not acts of denial. They are acts of defiance against chaos. They anchor your soul in beauty and meaning, ensuring that when the storm does break, you will have a solid foundation of inner peace to carry you through. Now, let us turn our attention to the second key element of this narrative masterpiece, the introduction of the enigmatic girl, Philippa. It is in the third chapter that she first graces the story, appearing not in a grand ballroom or a romantic meadow, but in the unlikely, somewhat sordid setting of the Boulevard Palace, a low-rent cabaret in the nearby town of Biribai. The contrast could not be more striking or more deliberate. The Boulevard Palace is a place of cheap tinsel, smoky air, sour wine, and weary cynicism. It is populated by soldiers from the nearby garrison, local ruffians, and women who have long since traded their dreams for survival. It is a den of noise and compromise, where the laughter is too loud and the music is too frantic, a desperate attempt to drown out the growing anxiety of the times. And yet, moving through this den of shadows like a cool breeze through a fevered room is Philippa. Chambers describes Philippa with an extraordinary sensitivity, highlighting her grace, her purity, and her anomalous presence in this environment. She is young, barely more than a girl, with dark, luminous eyes that seem to look through the tawdry surroundings into some distant, cleaner country. She moves with a natural, unstudied dignity that makes the cheap satin of her dress look like royal velvet. She is a servant in this place, carrying trays of drinks to noisy customers, yet she remains completely untouched by the vulgarity around her. She is in this world, but most assuredly not of it. Let us dive deeper into the cinematic detail of their fateful meeting. Warner, seeking a distraction from his thoughts, has wandered into the Boulevard Palace. He sits at a sticky wooden table, feeling a sense of depression creeping over him as he watches the desperate revelry around him. And then, he sees her. She approaches his table to take his order, and as their eyes meet, the noise of the cabaret seems to instantly fade. Warner is struck not just by her physical beauty, which is delicate and striking, but by the profound sense of isolation that surrounds her. He sees the purity in her gaze, a purity that seems almost tragic given her surroundings. He notices the way she carries herself, the quiet, protective shield she has erected around her inner self. In her eyes, he recognizes a kindred spirit, another soul who is out of place, who is waiting for something, who is holding onto their essence in a world that is trying to wear them down. When she speaks, her voice is low and clear, lacking the coarse accent of the local girls. There is a mystery to her, a sense of forgotten nobility or hidden origins that immediately captures Warner's imagination and his heart. She is a living riddle, a flower blooming in a crack in the pavement of a prison yard. Their interaction is brief, marked by a quiet, mutual respect that stands out in stark contrast to the rowdy behavior of the other patrons. It is a fateful meeting, a collision of two quiet souls on the eve of a great historical upheaval. From a psychological perspective, the archetype of Philippa the pure, untainted soul trapped in a corrupt or chaotic environment resonates deeply with our collective subconscious. She represents our own inner innocence, that core part of our being that remains undamaged by the traumas, disappointments, and compromises of our lives. No matter how difficult our path has been, no matter how many times we have had to adapt to toxic or stressful environments, there is a part of us that remains like Philippa, pure, dignified, and hopeful, waiting to be recognized and rescued. When we see Philippa in the cabaret, we are seeing a reflection of our own struggle to keep our light shining in the dark. We often feel trapped by our circumstances, by stressful jobs, difficult family dynamics, or a society that seems increasingly chaotic and cynical. We worry that the environment will eventually corrupt us, that we will lose our grace, our kindness, our capacity for wonder. Philippa's presence is a comforting reminder that the soul has an incredible capacity for resilience. It can walk through the fire without smelling of smoke. It can live in the cabaret without losing its purity. How can you apply this understanding to your own life journey? If you are currently feeling overwhelmed by a challenging environment, let Philippa be your guide. First, understand that your environment does not define your identity. Just because you are in a dark place does not mean you are made of darkness. You can carry your own light, your own dignity, wherever you go. Second, practice the art of selective detachment. Philippa survived her surroundings by keeping her inner gaze fixed on something higher, something beautiful. When you are in a stressful situation, find a small, quiet space within yourself, a memory of beauty, a dream of the future, a deep belief in your own worth, and anchor yourself there. Let the noise and chaos wash over you, but do not let it penetrate your inner sanctuary. You are a sovereign being, and your inner purity is yours alone to guard. Now, let us weave these threads together as we explore the third key point of our journey, the early, creeping signs of espionage and the growing anxiety of the local population. As the days progress, the tension in Orson and the surrounding towns begins to thicken, transforming from a vague, atmospheric unease into a tangible, dangerous reality. The quiet countryside becomes a stage for a silent, deadly game of chess, played by shadow figures who move in the dark. Strange travelers begin to arrive at the Golden Peach and other local inns. They are men with hard eyes and polite, guarded manners, who speak French with slight, indefinable accents. They ask questions about the local roads, the depth of the river, the strength of the stone bridges, and the schedules of the local trains. They pretend to be tourists, or fishermen, or commercial travelers, but their movements are too deliberate, their interest in the topography too intense, to be innocent. Among these travelers is a man who calls himself Gray, a quiet, skull-looking individual who seems particularly interested in Warner's painting excursions. He often encounters Warner along the river banks, engaging him in polite conversation about art and nature. Yet, Warner, with his sharp artist's perception, begins to notice that Gray's eyes are always wandering past the canvas, scanning the hillsides, mapping the terrain with a cold, professional gaze. The local population, simple peasants and shopkeepers, are not blind to these signs. A dark cloud of anxiety begins to settle over the village of Orson. In the evenings, families gather on their doorsteps, speaking in hushed tones. The laughter of the children playing in the streets seems to have lost its carefree ring. The local blacksmith is working late into the night, shoeing horses, not for the harvest, but for the cavalry. The young men of the village receive their mobilization papers in silence, their faces pale, their eyes filled with a sudden, grave maturity. Let us step into a cinematic moment that perfectly captures this mounting suspense. It is evening, just after dusk. Warner is walking back to the inn along a narrow, tree-lined path. The air is cool, the sky a deep indigo, studded with the first pale stars. Suddenly, he hears voices coming from a clearing ahead. He pauses, stepping into the deep shadow of an ancient oak tree. Through the leaves, he sees two men standing close together, their faces illuminated only by the faint glow of a cigarette. One of them is Gray. The other is a stranger, dressed in the dark cloak of a traveler. They are speaking in low, hurried whispers, in a language that Warner does not understand. Yet the tone is unmistakable. It is the language of conspiracy, of urgent, secret business. He hears the rustle of paper, the quiet click of a pocket watch, and a name spoken with sharp, warning emphasis. The name is Philippa. Before Warner can process this shocking revelation, the stranger slips away into the shadows of the forest, and Gray turns back toward the village, his footsteps quick and silent on the damp earth. Warner remains hidden, his heart hammering against his ribs, his mind racing with 100 questions. Who is this girl, Philippa, and why is her name being whispered by men who move like spies in the night? What role is she destined to play in the great tragedy that is unfolding? This element of the story, the creeping threat of espionage and the loss of trust in a small community, taps into a very deep and primal psychological fear, the fear of the unseen enemy, of betrayal, and of the sudden disruption of our safe, familiar worlds. It speaks to our anxiety about the hidden forces that control our lives, the political and economic currents that we cannot see, yet which have the power to sweep away everything we hold dear in an instant. When we see the paranoia and suspicion spreading through the village of Orson, we are seeing a reflection of our own contemporary anxieties. We live in an information age, yet we often feel more uncertain than ever about what is true and what is hidden. We worry about who is watching us, who is manipulating the narrative, and what storm is being prepared behind the closed doors of power. This fear can paralyze us, making us suspicious of our neighbors, closed off to new experiences, and constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop. But there is a deeper, more constructive way to process this anxiety. The creeping shadows in Orson serve as a crucible for the characters, forcing them to define what truly matters to them. When the external world becomes untrustworthy, we are forced to look inward, to find our own moral compass, and to build communities of genuine trust based on shared values and mutual protection. It challenges us to move from passive victims of history to active participants in our own destiny. If you are feeling anxious about the state of the world, or about the hidden uncertainties in your own life, here is some soothing, practical advice to help you navigate these turbulent waters. First, focus on what you can control. You cannot stop the geopolitical storms, nor can you control the actions of others. But you can control your own reactions, your own integrity, and your own kindness. Be the rock of stability in your own circle. Second, cultivate deep, authentic connections. The antidote to suspicion and isolation is community. Reach out to those you trust, share your fears, and offer your support. In times of crisis, it is not the grand political structures that save us, but the simple, local networks of human love and cooperation. Be like the warm-hearted Madame Coqueur, who keeps her hearth fire burning and her table open, offering a sanctuary of warmth and food to all who enter, even as the world outside prepares for war. As we bring these threads together, let us reflect on the profound tapestry that Robert Chambers has woven in these opening chapters of the girl Philippa. He has created a world of exquisite contrasts, the timeless beauty of the French countryside clashing with the modern machinery of war, the pure, luminous innocence of Philippa shining amidst the tawdry shadows of the cabaret, the quiet, peaceful life of an artist interrupted by the dark whispers of international intrigue. This is the quiet before the storm, a time of preparation, of alignment, of quiet choices that will determine the course of many lives. It is a mirror for our own lives, reminding us that we must cherish the moments of peace, find and protect our inner purity, and face the changing seasons of our existence with courage, awareness, and love. Now, as the golden light of that fateful summer of 1914 begins to fade into the twilight, and the distant rumble of the approaching storm grows just a little louder on the horizon, we prepare to leave the quiet valleys of Orson. We carry with us the memory of the river, the image of the girl Philippa standing in the light, and the quiet resolve of James Warner as he faces the unknown. In our next segment, we will watch as the storm finally breaks, as the fragile peace of the valley is shattered, and as our characters are swept up in the great, roaring current of history. But for now, let the quiet of this evening settle over you. Sleep deeply, dream of golden rivers and starlit paths, and know that whatever storms may come, the pure light within you can never be extinguished. As we linger in this peaceful twilight, let us allow our minds to drift back to that beautiful, fragile valley of Orson, where the river Marne continues its timeless journey toward the sea. The water does not care about the treaties signed in grand palaces or the mobilizations ordered in distant capitals. It simply flows, reflecting the sky, the clouds, and the drooping willows, a silent witness to the passing of an era. Consider the profound metaphor of the river. It is the ultimate symbol of life's flow, of the inevitable passage of time and the impossibility of holding onto any single moment, no matter how beautiful it may be. Warner understood this as an artist. Every time he dipped his brush into his palette, he was trying to freeze a moment that was already slipping away. The light changed every second. The shadow of a cloud passed over the hill, and the scene was forever altered. This is the beautiful tragedy of the human experience. We are always trying to paint a moving river. We want our lives to stay in that perfect, golden afternoon of late summer, where the harvest is abundant and the hearth is warm. But the river must flow, and we must flow with it, even when it carries us toward the dark, turbulent rapids of a world at war. Let us return for a moment to the Inn of the Golden Peach, where the evening has settled in earnest. The fire in the great stone fireplace has burned down to a bed of glowing embers, casting a warm, flickering light across the heavy wooden beams of the ceiling. Madame Cotwar is quietly clearing the tables, her footsteps soft on the stone floor. Warner sits by the window, watching the moon rise over the distant hills, its pale light illuminating the white road that winds away toward the Belgian border. He is thinking of Philippa. He can still see her dark, expressive eyes, still hear the quiet, musical cadence of her voice. In his mind, she has become inseparable from the landscape itself, a symbol of the fragile, threatened beauty of this place. He feels a deep, protective instinct rising within him, an instinct that surprises him with its intensity. He is just a visitor here, an American with a passport that can carry him away from the coming conflict to safety. Yet, he knows in his heart that he cannot simply walk away. He is already bound to this place, and to this girl, by invisible threads of destiny. This is the moment of commitment, the subtle transition from observer to participant. It is a transition that we all must make at various points in our lives. We start as spectators, watching the events of our lives unfold from a safe distance, painting our pictures and maintaining our routines. But then, we meet someone, or we face a situation, that demands our involvement. We are called to step out of our comfort zone, to risk our safety, and to stand up for what we love. This choice is never easy. It requires us to conquer our natural fear of change and vulnerability. It demands that we sacrifice our comfort for something greater than ourselves. But it is in these moments of commitment that we truly discover who we are. We find a strength we did not know we possessed, a capacity for loyalty and courage that elevates our lives from simple existence to a heroic journey. Think of your own life. Is there a situation where you are being called to step off the sidelines and into the arena? Is there a person, a cause, or a dream that requires you to risk your comfortable routines? Do not let fear hold you back. The storm is coming anyway. You cannot stop the changes that life brings, but you can choose how you will face them. You can choose to face them with a brave and open heart, committed to protecting what is beautiful and true. Let us also contemplate the mystery that surrounds Philippa. As the story unfolds, we begin to realize that she is not just a poor girl working in a cabaret. There are hints, subtle clues dropped by the mysterious travelers and the whispers of the spies, that she is a key figure in a much larger game. She is like a princess in exile, unaware of her own royal heritage, living in poverty and obscurity while the forces of the world conspire around her. This is another profound psychological archetype, the forgotten royalty of the human soul. We are all, in a sense, like Philippa. We have forgotten our true origin, our divine heritage, and our immense inherent worth. We live in the cabaret of our daily struggles, serving others, dealing with cheap compromises, and feeling small and insignificant. We believe we are defined by our humble circumstances, by our jobs, our mistakes, or our limitations. But the truth is far greater. Within each of us lies a hidden nobility, a sacred essence that can never be truly lost or corrupted. We are all royalty in disguise, waiting for the moment of awakening, waiting to discover our true identity and our high purpose. The challenges we face, the storms that disrupt our lives, are often the very catalysts that wake us up to our true strength and potential. They force us to cast off the cheap garments of our limitations and step into our true, sovereign power. Let us visualize a beautiful, comforting scene to help anchor this truth in your heart. Imagine yourself walking along that moonlit road in Auson, side by side with Philippa. The air is cool and sweet with the scent of night-blooming flowers. The path ahead is unclear, winding through deep forests and over high hills, and the distant horizon is lit by the pale flashes of an approaching storm. Yet, as you look at Philippa, you see no fear in her eyes. She carries herself with a quiet, unshakable dignity, her face turned toward the future. She takes your hand, and her touch is warm and reassuring. She whispers to you, reminding you of who you really are, reminding you that you have the strength to face whatever lies ahead. In this shared moment of silent understanding, you feel a deep sense of peace washing over you. You realize that you do not have to face the storm alone. You have the courage of James Warner, the pure resilience of Philippa, and the warm, nurturing spirit of Madame Courtois within you. You are part of a grand, beautiful story, and your part is being written with every breath you take, with every choice you make. Now, let the soothing rhythm of my voice carry you deeper into a state of relaxation. Let the images of the River Marne, the golden peach, and the moonlit hills of Orson gently dissolve into a soft, warm mist of peace. Your journey for today is complete, and you are safe in this present moment. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us prepare our hearts for the transition ahead. The quiet before the storm is a precious gift, a time of reflection, preparation, and deep connection. Cherish this silence, hold onto the light of Philippa, and let your soul rest in the quiet sanctuary of your own being. Sleep now, under the watchful stars of Orson. Let the gentle murmur of the river lull you into a deep, restorative slumber, knowing that when the morning comes, and the storm finally breaks, you will be ready. You are strong, you are beautiful, and you are loved. Sleep, and peace be with you. Chapters 6 to 10. The Web of Espionage Titans. Imagine, if you will, a world suspended in that breathless, fragile moment just before the glass shatters. It is the summer of 1914. In the borderlands of northeastern France, where the air is thick with the scent of blooming river reeds, damp stone, and the faint, metallic tang of coming iron. There is a quietness here in the valley of the river, but it is not the quiet of peace. It is the heavy, suffocating silence of a theater just before the curtain rises, or perhaps, more accurately, the stillness of a forest when the predators have stopped moving, waiting for the first sign of panic. We often think of history as a series of grand, sweeping gestures made by distant figures in gilded rooms. But history, in its truest and most terrifying sense, is lived in the small, damp corners of the world by ordinary people who suddenly find that the ground beneath their feet is no longer solid. It is lived by those who look into the shadows and realize, with a cold shock of recognition, that the shadows are looking back. In this chapter, which we call the tightening of the web, we are invited to step into this twilight world of Orson, a town of ancient stone and narrow alleys, where the quiet life of an American painter named Warner is about to be irrevocably tangled with the destiny of nations. There is a profound philosophical truth to be found in this tightening web. The ancient Stoics often spoke of the unseen threads that connect all human lives, a concept they called sympatheia. They believed that no leaf falls, no word is spoken, and no secret is kept in absolute isolation. Every action vibrates through the entire web of existence. But what happens when that web is not one of benevolent connection, but of espionage, betrayal, and impending war. What happens when you realize that your quiet life is merely a single thread in a tapestry woven by hands you cannot see, for purposes you cannot comprehend? Let us breathe deeply and step together into this mist-shrouded landscape. Let us listen to the slow, steady ticking of the clock in the parlor of the inn, the distant, mournful whistle of a steam train carrying soldiers toward the frontier, and the soft, hurried rustle of paper that could, with a single spark, set the entire civilized world on fire. To understand the depth of the web that is closing around our characters, we must first look to the quiet, steady light that shines in the darkness of Orson. We must look to Sister Daughter. She is a figure who immediately commands our reverence, not merely because of her habit or her devotion, but because of the immense, silent weight she carries. In the eyes of the town, she is a sister of mercy, a gentle soul ministering to the sick and the poor. But beneath the heavy wool of her habit beats the heart of someone who understands that mercy sometimes requires a sword, or, more accurately, a shield made of secrets. Sister Daughter exists in that liminal space between the sacred and the profane. She is a conduit for information, a quiet harbor for those who run from the gathering storm. Beside her stands Halkett, the British agent. Halkett is a man whose very existence is a study in controlled tension. He is quiet, almost self-effacing, the kind of man who blends seamlessly into the background of a crowded cafe or a dusty road. Yet, if you look closely into his eyes, you see the unmistakable weariness of one who has spent too many years looking over his shoulder, one who has traded the luxury of personal happiness for the cold comfort of duty. And against them, moving through the fog like wolves through the underbrush, are the German agents. They are not caricatures of evil, they are something far more terrifying. They are cold, efficient, and utterly convinced of the righteousness of their cause. They represent the inexorable march of an empire that believes its destiny is written in blood and steel. Their presence in Orson is like a poison slowly seeping into the well water, invisible but deadly, turning old friends into suspects and quiet streets into arenas of silent warfare. Let us picture a scene that unfolds in the damp, stone-walled parlor of Sister Daughter's sanctuary. The room is cold, smelling of beeswax, old parchment, and the bitter herb tea she prepares for the sick. Outside, a gentle rain is falling, drumming a soft, hypnotic rhythm against the leaded glass windows. The light is failing, casting long, distorted shadows across the tiled floor. Halkett sits by the hearth, his wet coat steaming slightly in the heat of the small peat fire. His face is pale, his eyes shadowed with a fatigue that sleep cannot touch. Sister Daughter stands before him, her hands folded within her sleeves, her expression as still and unreadable as a carved saint. Halkett speaks, his voice a low, gravelly whisper that barely carries across the small room. He tells her of the movements along the border, of the massing of troops that the world refuses to see, and of the documents. Always, the documents. They are the catalyst, the physical manifestation of the storm. They contain the details of defense, the secret agreements, the names of those who have sold their souls for pieces of silver. As Halkett speaks, the door at the back of the chapel creaks open. It is a tiny sound, but both of them freeze. In that single, suspended second, we see the true toll of their existence. Halkett's hand slips instinctively inside his jacket, his fingers wrapping around the cold iron of his pistol. Sister Daughter does not move, but her posture stiffens, her eyes turning toward the dark archway. It is only the wind, blowing a branch against the old wood, But the terror that flared in that room was real, visceral, and absolute. It is the terror of knowing that at any moment, the trap may spring. Why does this dynamic, this classic game of shadows, resonate so deeply within our collective subconscious? Why are we drawn to stories of spies, of double lives, of secret networks operating just beneath the surface of polite society? It is because, on a profound psychological level, we all recognize this duality within ourselves. We all live double lives to some degree. We have the public self, the face we show to the world, the persona of the dutiful citizen, the loving partner, the reliable worker. And then, we have the subterranean self, the keeper of secrets, the guardian of our deepest fears, our unhealed wounds, and our unspoken desires. When we watch sister-daughter and Halkett navigate their dangerous path, we are watching a projection of our own inner conflict. We understand the exhausting effort it takes to keep the mask from slipping. We know what it is to walk through our daily lives carrying a secret burden, fearing that if people truly saw us, if they knew the thoughts we harbor or the pain we carry, the world we have built would crumble. The spy is the ultimate archetype of human alienation. They are in the world, but not of it. They touch others, but they can never fully be touched. If we look at this through the lens of personal growth, there is a powerful lesson to be learned here about how we manage our own secrets. Ask yourself, what are the high-value documents in your own life? What are the truths you are hiding? The vulnerabilities you protect with such fierce, exhausting vigilance? Often, we believe that by keeping our struggles secret, we are protecting ourselves and those we love. But the psychological cost of maintaining these walls is immense. It drains our vital energy, leaving us hypervigilant, isolated, and unable to experience true intimacy. To apply this to your own life, you must begin by identifying your own personal network of shadows. Who are the people with whom you must always wear a mask? What are the fears that keep you scanning the horizon for danger? The soothing, mental-like path forward is not to tear down your walls in a single, reckless act of exposure, but to find your own sister-daughter, a safe sanctuary, a person or a space where you can lay down your burden, even if only for an hour. True strength does not lie in never showing weakness, but in knowing where and with whom it is safe to be fragile. Now, let us turn our gaze to the heart of this web, to the innocent center around whom all these forces are swirling. Let us look at Philippa. She is a young girl, little more than a child, yet she carries within her spirit a quiet resilience that defies her circumstances. She is the unwitting custodian of secrets that could shift the balance of the upcoming war. She does not fully understand the nature of the papers she guards, nor does she comprehend the terrifying scale of the conflict that is about to engulf her world. To her, the papers are a legacy, a fragment of a past she does not remember and a future she cannot see. Philippa represents the ultimate vulnerability. She is the archetype of the innocent court in the gears of a machine too vast and indifferent to care for her survival. In a world of calculation and cynical maneuvers, she is guided by simple, pure emotions, by a longing for safety, for love, and for a place to belong. Yet, by some cruel twist of fate, she has been chosen to carry the spark that could ignite the powder keg of Europe. Let us paint a scene that captures the poignant, heart-wrenching beauty of her plight. Imagine Philippa sitting in her small, drafty room at the top of the old tavern. The plaster on the walls is cracked, and the scent of stale wine and wood smoke rises from the floorboards below. She sits on the edge of a narrow iron bed, her knees drawn up to her chest, her long, dark hair falling over her shoulders. In her small, pale hands, she holds a heavy, wax-sealed envelope. The envelope is yellowed at the edges, worn from being hidden in the lining of coats and the secret compartments of old trunks. She does not open it. She has been told never to open it, that to do so would invite a danger she cannot comprehend. She traces the red wax seal with her fingertip, feeling the cold, hard ridges of the coat of arms pressed into it. She listens to the rain outside, to the wind howling through the ancient gables of the town, and she feels an overwhelming, crushing sense of loneliness. She is so small, and the envelope is so heavy. She knows that men are looking for her, that eyes are watching her from the shadows of the street below. She does not know why. She only knows that her life is no longer her own, that she has been swept up in a current so powerful that she cannot swim against it. She presses the envelope to her chest, closing her eyes, wishing with all her heart that she was just an ordinary girl, in an ordinary town, with a mother to brush her hair and a father to keep the monsters away. This image of the innocent custodian is one of the most powerful and enduring motifs in human storytelling. We see it in the ancient myths, in the legends of keepers of sacred objects, and in the modern tales of ordinary people thrust into extraordinary circumstances. Why does this move us so deeply? It is because it mirrors the existential reality of the human condition. None of us asked to be born into the specific families, cultures, or historical moments that we find ourselves in. We are all, in a sense, unwitting custodians of legacies we did not choose. We carry the inherited trauma of our ancestors, the unresolved grief of our parents, and the heavy expectations of a society we had no hand in building. Like Philippa, we often find ourselves holding secrets, burdens, and responsibilities that feel far too heavy for our shoulders. We did not ask for these struggles, yet we are the ones who must carry them through the storm. The subconscious mind recognizes this injustice, and it grieves for the lost innocence, the lost simplicity of a life free from such weight. How do we find our way through this? How do we carry our inherited burdens without being crushed by them? The guidance here is gentle but firm. We must realize, as Philippa must, that while we cannot choose what has been thrust into our hands, we can choose how we carry it. We can choose the attitude we bring to our burden. Philippa does not yield to despair. She does not throw the papers into the fire to save herself. She holds them with a quiet, stubborn dignity, recognizing that her custody of them is a matter of honor. In your own life, when you feel overwhelmed by the expectations of others, by the wounds of your past, or by the sheer complexity of your responsibilities, take a moment to look at what you are holding. Ask yourself, is this mine to carry? If it is a legacy of pain that belongs to generations past, you have the right to set it down. But if it is a duty of love, a responsibility to protect your own truth and the truth of those you care for, then embrace it not as a curse, but as a calling. You are stronger than the weight you carry, and the very act of holding it with grace is what transforms you from a victim of circumstance into a hero of your own journey. This brings us to the third strand of our web, the one that offers a glimmer of warmth and hope in the gathering darkness. It is the growing bond of trust, protection, and unspoken love between Warner, Halkett, and Philippa. In a world where trust is a liability and betrayal is the currency of survival, these three individuals form a quiet alliance, a sanctuary of mutual protection that defies the cold logic of the spy game. Warner, the American, is in many ways the audience's proxy in this tale. He is an artist, a man whose life has been dedicated to the pursuit of beauty, to capturing the light on the river and the color of the autumn leaves. He did not seek adventure, nor did he wish to be involved in the dark designs of empires. Yet, when he looks at Philippa, when he sees her vulnerability and her courage, something shifts deep within him. His artistic detachment dissolves, replaced by a fierce, protective instinct that he did not know he possessed. He realizes that there are things more precious than art, and that sometimes the greatest thing a man can paint is a shield of safety around those who are helpless. Halkett, too, is transformed by this bond. For a man who has lived in the shadows for so long, trust is a forgotten language, a dangerous weakness. Yet, in Warner's steady decency and Philippa's purity, he finds a reminder of what he is actually fighting to protect. He sees in them the innocent world that the coming war threatens to destroy, and he resolves that even if he must perish in the darkness, he will keep that small light burning. Let us immerse ourselves in a scene that illustrates the quiet, profound strength of this bond. It is late at night in Warner's studio. The large, north-facing window, which usually lets in the pale, soft light he needs for his paintings, is now dark, reflecting only the interior of the room. A single oil lamp burns on a low table, casting a warm, golden glow over the three of them. Philippa is asleep on a daybed in the corner, wrapped in a heavy wool blanket that Warner has provided. Her breathing is soft, regular, the only peaceful sound in the tense room. Warner stands by the window, peering out into the rain-slicked street, his fingers nervously tracing the edge of his wooden palette. Halkett sits nearby, cleaning his pistol with methodical, quiet movements. There is no conversation, no need for words. The silence between the two men is not empty. It is filled with a deep, mutual understanding, a shared commitment that needs no oath to seal it. Warner turns from the window, his eyes resting on the sleeping girl. He speaks, his voice barely a breath. He asks Halkett if they can save her, if they can get her away from this terrible place before the storm breaks. Halkett stops his work, looking up, his face etched with a grim, sorrowful determination. He does not offer false hope. He knows the strength of the forces aligned against them. But he looks at Warner, his gaze steady and unwavering, and he says simply, "We will try." In that brief exchange, in that shared commitment to protect a vulnerable child, we see the true nobility of the human spirit. This dynamic of protection and shared trust in the face of overwhelming danger is deeply comforting to our subconscious. We live in a world that often feels fragmented, competitive, and deeply unsafe. We are bombarded with messages of division, of every man for himself, of the necessity of self-reliance at all costs. Yet, our deepest evolutionary and psychological need is for connection, for the safety of the tribe, for the knowledge that there are those who would stand between us and the wind. When we see Warner and Halkett forming this protective ring around Philippa, it satisfies a profound emotional hunger within us. It reassures us that even in the darkest times, human decency and love can survive. It reminds us that we do not have to face the wolves alone. The psychological power of this bond lies in its reciprocity. Warner protects Philippa, but in doing so, he finds a purpose and a strength he never knew he had. Halkett protects them both, and in doing so, he redeems his own soul from the corrupting influence of his trade. How can we apply this beautiful truth to our own lives? How do we build our own sanctuaries of trust in a world that often feels indifferent or hostile? The path begins with vulnerability. Trust cannot be built behind high walls. It requires us to open a gate, to allow someone else to see our fears and our hopes. It requires us to look at those around us not as potential competitors or threats, but as fellow travelers who are also, in their own way, trying to survive the storm. To build your own circle of trust, you must be willing to be both the protector and the protected. You must be willing, like Warner, to step out of your comfortable detachment and offer your strength to someone who is vulnerable. And you must be willing, like Philippa, to accept that help, to trust that there are those who will stand by you not because of what you can give them, but simply because of who you are. This is the true meaning of community. It is not our contract. It is a sacred covenant of mutual care. Let us pause for a moment and reflect on the journey we have taken through this chapter. We have seen the web of espionage tighten around the quiet town of Orson. We have felt the chill of the shadows with sister-daughter and Halkett. We have felt the heavy, lonely burden of the secret with Philippa. And we have warmed ourselves by the quiet fire of trust and protection that Warner, Halkett, and Philippa have built together. We began with a world on the brink of war, a world of division and fear. But we have found, within that darkness, a profound testament to the resilience of the human heart. We have seen that even when the web of the world's designs is tightest, the threads of human connection, of love, and of duty can prove stronger than the iron chains of empires. As we prepare to transition into the next part of our story, let us carry these lessons with us. Let us remember that we are all, in our own ways, navigators of shadows, custodians of precious secrets, and potential protectors of one another. The road ahead is steep, and the storm is about to break in all its fury. The quiet streets of Orson will soon echo with the sound of marching feet and the thunder of guns. But for now, let us hold onto the light in the studio, the soft breathing of the sleeping girl, and the steady, silent pledge of protection that binds these souls together. Let us step forward now, not with fear, but with a quiet, resolute courage, ready to face whatever the next chapter may bring, knowing that the light we carry within us is a light that the darkness can never truly overcome. The night deepens over Orson, and as the rain continues to fall, washing the cobblestones clean under the flickering gas lamps, we feel the subtle shifting of the gears of fate. The characters we have come to care for are resting, but the world around them does not sleep. The telegraph wires hum with urgent, coded messages crossing borders in the dark. The maps in distant military headquarters are marked with new red lines, and the destiny of millions is being decided by men who will never see the faces of those they destroy. Yet, in the small, quiet spaces of our story, the true battle is being fought. It is not our battle of armies, but of souls. It is the battle to remain human in an inhuman time, to love when hate is demanded, and to trust when betrayal is the easy path. As we listen to the soft, rhythmic patter of the rain, let us allow ourselves to be carried forward into the gathering storm, our hearts steady, our minds clear, and our spirits bound to the quiet courage of those who choose to stand in the light. Let us dwell a moment longer on the nature of this impending storm, for to understand the tightening of the web is to understand how easily the fragile structures of our lives can be dismantled. Consider the town of Orson itself. It is a character in its own right, with its ancient stone bridge spanning the lazy river, its gray slate roofs glistening in the damp air, and its narrow, winding alleys that have seen the passage of centuries. For generations, the people of this town have gone about their lives with a predictable, comforting regularity. They have planted their crops, harvested their grapes, gossiped in the market squares, and put their children to bed with the same songs their own parents sang to them. But now, an invisible poison has entered the bloodstream of this quiet place. The townspeople look at one another with a new, guarded expression. The baker wonders if the schoolmaster is a sympathizer of the enemy. The tavern keeper watches the strangers who sit in the corner of his parlor, speaking in low, hurried tones. This is the insidious tragedy of espionage and impending conflict. It destroys the social fabric from within long before the first shell is fired. It replaces the natural, human instinct of neighborliness with a corrosive, paralyzing suspicion. In this atmosphere, the presence of the German agents becomes a physical weight, a dark cloud that hangs over the valley. We must understand that these agents are not merely shadowy figures in long coats. They are the advance guard of a terrifyingly modern machine. They represent a philosophy of cold efficiency and absolute state power, a philosophy that views individual human lives as mere statistical units to be utilized or discarded in the pursuit of national glory. To them, Philippa is not a young girl with dreams and feelings. She is a biological container for a piece of information that belongs to the state. Warner is not a man of peace and art. He is an obstacle, a minor irritation to be brushed aside with a calculated stroke. Let us imagine a scene that illustrates this cold, mechanical ruthlessness. In a small, dimly lit room in an anonymous house near the railway station, a man sits at a table. His name is not important. He is known only by a number or a false identity, but his presence is chilling. The room is barren, containing only a desk, 2 wooden chairs, and a map of the frontier pinned to the damp plaster wall. On the desk lies a dossier with Philippa's name written on the cover in a neat, precise script. The man does not look angry or sinister. He looks like a clerk, a bureaucrat of death. He dips his steel pen into a well of black ink and begins to write, his hand steady and rhythmic. He is composing a report to his superiors in Berlin, detailing the movements of the British agent Halkett and the American painter Warner. He writes with a chilling detachment, describing the measures that will be taken to recover the documents and neutralize those who stand in their way. To him, the elimination of a life is no more emotional than crossing an item off a ledger. He stops for a moment to snuff the candle, his face illuminated for a brief second by the dying flame, revealing eyes that are completely devoid of empathy, eyes that have seen the coming fire and have already accepted it as necessary. This cold, bureaucratic ruthlessness is perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the modern world. It is the manifestation of what the philosopher Hannah Arendt famously called the banality of evil. It is the execution of terrible deeds not out of a passionate hatred, but out of a simple, unthinking obedience to duty and order. When we see this dynamic at play in our story, it triggers a deep, existential dread within us. We realize that the greatest dangers we face are often not the monstrous, loud terrors of our nightmares, but the quiet, polite, and highly organized systems of control that view our humanity as a liability. On a psychological level, we must ask ourselves, how do we resist this creeping mechanization of our own souls? How do we prevent ourselves from becoming cogs in the machines of our own making? In our modern, highly competitive, and technology-driven lives, It is all too easy to adopt this same cold efficiency. We often treat ourselves and others as units of productivity, measuring our worth by our output, our schedules, and our achievements. We begin to look at our relationships through the lens of transaction, asking what we can get rather than what we can give. The application of this realization to your own life is a gentle invitation to reclaim your humanity. It is a call to resist the pressure to be constantly productive, constantly efficient, and constantly guarded. To combat the banality of evil, we must practice the banality of goodness. We must perform small, calculated acts of kindness that have no practical utility, acts that cannot be measured or recorded on a ledger. We must take the time to look into the eyes of the people we meet, to listen to their stories, and to acknowledge their shared humanity. By doing so, we break the spell of the machine and assert our right to be alive, to be feeling, and to be free. Let us return to the sanctuary of sister-daughter, for it is here that we find the antidote to this cold, mechanical world. Sister-daughter's life is a testament to the power of quiet resistance. She does not command armies, nor does she possess wealth or political influence. Her weapon is her faith, her compassion, and her absolute refusal to let the light of humanity go out in her corner of the world. She understands that her quiet chapel, with its smell of lavender and beeswax, is a sacred space, a laboratory where the soul is preserved and protected. Imagine a moment of quiet connection between sister-daughter and Philippa, a moment that occurs in the golden warmth of the late afternoon. The rain has stopped, and a soft, pale sunlight is filtering through the high windows, illuminating the dust motes that dance in the air like tiny, golden spirits. Philippa is sitting on a wooden bench, her head resting against the sister's shoulder. Sister-daughter is stroke her hair with a slow, soothing motion, her hand rough from hard work but incredibly gentle in its touch. Philippa speaks of her mother, a vague, beautiful memory of a woman with soft hands and a voice like music, a memory that feels as distant and fragile as a dream. She asks the sister if she will ever find her, if she will ever know who she truly is. Sister-daughter does not offer easy platitudes. She does not promise a happy ending that she cannot guarantee. Instead, she pulls the girl closer, her voice soft and resonant, like the low notes of an organ. She tells Philippa that our true identity is not found in the papers we carry or the names we are given, but in the love we choose to give and the courage we show in the face of fear. She tells her that she is already whole, already precious, and that no matter what the world may do, it can never take away the light that is inside her. This scene is a beautiful illustration of the power of maternal protection and spiritual sanctuary. For the subconscious mind, the image of the mother or the spiritual guide offering comfort to the wounded child is a deeply healing archetype. When we look at the sudden onset of war, we are not merely looking at geopolitical maneuvers or historical dates. We are looking at the ultimate test of human adaptability, the moment where the masks we wear are stripped away, leaving only the raw, essential truth of who we are. In this exploration of chapters 11 to 15 of The Girl Philippa, we find ourselves thrust into the absolute center of this existential storm. The peaceful town of Orson, nestled in the picturesque landscape of northeastern France, is about to become the epicenter of a terrifying transformation. We will witness the sudden, kinetic chaos of the declaration of war, a moment where the world tilts on its axis and the characters we have come to know are forced to run for their very lives. We will walk beside Warner, Halkett, and the enigmatic, courageous Philippa as they make their breathless escape through shadowed forests and ruined villages, chased by the specter of an advancing army. And through their journey, we will examine the profound psychological shift from romantic intrigue to high-stakes survival, exploring how raw human courage is born in the darkest of hours. Let us begin by immersing ourselves in the terrifying reality of that fateful day in Orson. Imagine the sensory landscape of a town on the brink. The air is thick with the scent of midsummer roses, dust, and the faint, metallic tang of ozone that precedes a summer storm. But the storm that approaches is not one of rain and thunder. It is a storm of iron and fire. The quiet streets of Orson, which only hours before had echoed with the polite chatter of cafes and the gentle clatter of horse-drawn carriages, are suddenly seized by a cold, paralyzing dread. The rumors that had been whispered in quiet corners have suddenly solidified into an inescapable, terrifying truth. The frontier has been breached. The transition from peace to war is never a gradual slope. It is a precipice. For Warner and Halkett, the suddenness of the invasion is like a physical blow. The German cavalry, the legendary and feared Uhlans, sweep through the region like a dark tide. Their arrival is heralded by the distant, rhythmic drumming of hooves, a sound that starts as a low vibration in the soles of one's feet before rising to a deafening, terrifying crescendo. Let us paint this scene in all its cinematic, heart-stopping detail. Picture Warner standing near the window of a local inn, his fingers tensing against the wooden frame. Outside, the sunlight filters through the leaves of the plane trees, casting dappled shadows on the cobblestones. Then, the silence is broken. It begins with a distant shout, a scream of pure, unadulterated panic that cuts through the warm afternoon air like a knife. Within seconds, the street becomes a chaotic river of humanity. Women clutching children to their chests, elderly men stumbling over their own feet, shopkeepers frantically dragging their shutters down, only to abandon them halfway as the terror takes hold. And then, they appear. At this end of the long, straight road leading into the town, a row of dark silhouettes rises against the horizon. The Uhlans. They ride with a grim, mechanical precision, their lances held upright, their gray-green uniforms blending with the dust and the shadows. The sunlight glints off the polished metal of their helmets and the tips of their weapons. There is an eerie, inhuman quality to their advance. They do not look like men, but like some ancient, unstoppable force of nature sent to reclaim the land. The psychological impact of this sudden intrusion is profound. In an instant, the safe boundaries of reality are dissolved. The characters find themselves in a state of cognitive shock, where the mind struggles to process the sheer scale of the danger. This is a classic manifestation of the fight, flight, or freeze response, a primal mechanism wired deep within our subconscious minds. When our external world is suddenly shattered, our brain bypasses the logical, reasoning centers of the prefrontal cortex and hands the controls over to the amygdala, the ancient sentinel of survival. Why does this classic dynamic matter so deeply to us, even today? Why do we find ourselves holding our breath as we read of their panic? It is because, in our own lives, we all harbor a deep-seated fear of sudden, catastrophic disruption. We fear the sudden medical diagnosis, the unexpected loss of a job, the abrupt ending of a relationship that we believed would last forever. These are our modern Uhlans, sweeping into our carefully ordered lives, scattering our plans like dry leaves in the wind. When we watch Warner, Halkett, and Philippa face this overwhelming tide, We are watching a mirror of our own subconscious struggles. We are asking ourselves, if my world fell apart tomorrow, would I have the courage to stand? Would I know which way to run? To navigate these sudden disruptions in our own lives, we must learn the art of psychological grounding. When a crisis strikes, the natural tendency of the mind is to spiral into a state of catastrophic anticipation, imagining every possible worst-case scenario. To counteract this, we must practice what psychological mentors refer to as the anchor technique. When the world around you begins to spin, you must deliberately bring your focus back to the immediate, physical present. Focus on the breath entering and leaving your lungs. Identify 3 things you can physically see, 3 sounds you can hear, and 3 textures you can touch. By pulling your awareness back to the micro-moment, you quiet the alarm systems of the brain, allowing your rational mind to regain control. Only then, from a place of calm, centered awareness, can you begin to make the logical decisions necessary for your survival and progress. Let us return to our story, where the initial shock of the invasion must quickly give way to action. As the German cavalry sweeps through the town, the desperate bid for survival begins. Warner, Halkett, and Philippa are thrust into a breathless escape, a flight through war-torn forests and ruined villages that will test the very limits of their physical and emotional endurance. Imagine the sheer physical exhaustion of their flight. They cannot take the main roads, which are now choked with military transports and marching infantry. Instead, they must seek refuge in the dense, tangled forests that border the region. The forest, which once might have been a place of romantic solitude and natural beauty, is now transformed into a labyrinth of shadows and hidden dangers. Every snap of a twig beneath a boot heel sounds like a pistol shot. Every rustle of the wind through the canopy sounds like the whispered approach of an enemy patrol. Let us follow them as they stumble through the undergrowth in the deep of night. The physical sensations are vivid and grueling. The damp, cool air of the forest clings to their skin, carrying the scent of rotting leaves and wet earth. Philippa, her breath coming in ragged, painful gasps, refuses to slow them down. Her feet are blistered and bleeding within her worn shoes, yet she presses on with a silent, fierce determination that commands the deep respect of her companions. Warner walks ahead, his eyes straining against the darkness, his hand constantly resting on the butt of his pistol. Behind them, Halkett acts as the rear guard, his ears tuned to the slightest sound of pursuit. They pass through a ruined village, a place that just yesterday was a picture of rustic peace. Now, it is a ghost town, silenced by the passing storm of war. The skeletal remains of cottages stand black against the night sky, their chimneys rising like headstones. An abandoned cart lies overturned in the middle of the dirt road, its contents spilled and tramped into the mud. A doll, dropped by a fleeing child, lies face down in a puddle, its porcelain face cracked and stained. The silence here is heavy, thick with the unexpressed grief of those who were forced to flee their homes with nothing but the clothes on their backs. This journey through the war-torn landscape is a powerful metaphor for the dark nights of the soul that we all must navigate at various points in our lives. There are seasons when we feel entirely lost in a dark forest of uncertainty, pursued by anxieties, regrets, or circumstances that seem far larger than we are. During these times, the temptation to give up, to simply lie down in the shadows and let the darkness consume us, can be incredibly strong. The physical and emotional exhaustion of long-term struggle can drain our reserves, leaving us feeling hollowed out and hopeless. But it is precisely in these moments of profound exhaustion that the true capacity of the human spirit is revealed. When we examine the psychology of endurance, we find that survival is not merely a matter of physical strength. It is a matter of mental and emotional resilience. It is the ability to find a sense of purpose, a small beacon of light in the darkness, and to keep moving toward it, one step at a time, no matter how small that step may be. For Warner, Halkett, and Philippa, their purpose is bound up in one another. They are not just running to save themselves. They are running to protect each other. This shared sense of responsibility, this deep, empathetic bond, becomes their ultimate source of strength. How can we apply this profound truth to our own personal journeys through the dark forests of life? When you find yourself in a season of prolonged struggle, when the path forward is obscured and you feel haunted by your fears, you must adopt the philosophy of the single step. Do not try to solve the entire crisis at once. Do not look at the vast, intimidating distance of the forest you have yet to cross. Instead, focus entirely on the single step directly in front of you. Ask yourself, what is the one small, constructive action I can take in the next 5 minutes to move myself forward? It might be as simple as making a phone call, writing down a plan, or taking a moment to breathe and rest. By breaking the overwhelming challenge down into microscopic, manageable tasks, you prevent your mind from being paralyzed by the scale of the problem. You build momentum, step by step, until you eventually find your way out of the shadows and back into the light. As their escape continues, we witness a fascinating and beautiful transformation in the dynamics between our characters. The tone of the narrative undergoes a dramatic shift, moving from the sophisticated, light-hearted romantic intrigue of their earlier interactions to a high-stakes arena of survival and raw human courage. Before the outbreak of the war, their relationships were defined by the subtle codes of polite society. There were secrets, unspoken feelings, and a delicate dance of attraction and curiosity. But the fire of crisis has a way of burning away these superficial layers. In the crucible of danger, there is no room for social pretense or emotional hesitation. The masks of class, gender, and social expectation are stripped away, exposing the raw, authentic core of their personalities. Consider the character of Philippa. In the early chapters, she is a figure of mystery, a young woman caught in a web of circumstances beyond her control, perhaps viewed by some as someone in need of protection. But as the danger intensifies, she undergoes a spectacular metamorphosis. She is no longer just the object of Warner and Hackett's protective instincts. She becomes an active, vital partner in their survival. Her courage is not a loud, boastful thing, but a quiet, steady flame that warms and inspires those around her. When they are forced to hide in a ditch as a troop of enemy cavalry rides past, just feet away, it is Philippa's absolute stillness, her complete control over her own fear, that keeps them undiscovered. Her eyes, wide and dark in the moonlight, reflect not a paralyzing terror, but a fierce, unbroken resolve. This shift from romantic intrigue to raw survival illustrates a profound psychological principle, the concept of post-traumatic growth and the revelation of the authentic self through adversity. In our everyday lives, we often hide behind various masks and roles. We present a carefully curated version of ourselves to the world, designed to win approval, avoid conflict, or simply to fit into the comfortable niches of a polite society that no longer exists when the world catches fire. But when the sky turns to ash and the earth begins to tremble beneath the weight of oncoming armies, those carefully constructed facades crumble like dry leaves in an autumn gale. The illusion of safety evaporates, leaving us stripped bare, standing face to face with our most primal selves. In the case of Philippa, Warner, and Haltet, the outbreak of war does not merely change their physical circumstances. It acts as a spiritual crucible, burning away the superficial layers of social expectation to reveal the tempered steel beneath. Let us immerse ourselves in that fateful moment when the peace of Orson is shattered forever. Picture the scene, a quiet afternoon where the sunlight filters through the ancient trees, casting dappled gold upon cobblestones that have stood for centuries. The air is warm, carrying the sweet scent of blooming roses and baking bread from the local tavern. There is a gentle murmur of conversation, a lingering sense of romantic intrigue that has defined the interactions between our protagonists. But then, the atmosphere shifts. It is not a gradual change, but a sudden, violent rupture. The first indication is a low, rhythmic vibration in the earth, a deep thudding that vibrates in the soles of their feet before it is even registered by their ears. Then comes the dust, a great, choking cloud rising on the horizon, swallowing the green fields of the French countryside. And finally, the sound, the terrifying, metallic clatter of sabers, the thunderous, relentless pounding of iron-shod hooves, and the harsh, guttural shouts of the invading German cavalry sweeping through the region like an unstoppable tide of steel. The peaceful village of Orson becomes a theater of pure, kinetic chaos in an instant. Glass shatters as horses crash through garden gates. The air is filled with the shrill screams of terrified civilians fleeing in every direction, carrying whatever meager possessions they can grab in their panic. The sheer speed of the invasion is paralyzing. It is a kinetic shockwave that sweeps away the old world in a matter of minutes, replacing it with a nightmare of smoke, fire, and steel. In the midst of this sudden cataclysm, Warner, Haltet, and Philippa must make their desperate bid for survival. There is no time for contemplation, no room for hesitation. Their escape from the falling village is a breathless, white-knuckled journey through a landscape that has transformed from a picturesque haven into a deadly maze. They flee into the surrounding forests, where the ancient trees, once symbols of natural beauty and tranquility, now become a dark, confusing labyrinth of shadows and hidden dangers. The sound of gunfire echoes through the canopy, sharp and cracking like dry twigs, accompanied by the distant, heavy thud of artillery that shakes the very roots of the pines. As they stumble through the tangled undergrowth, their breath coming in ragged, painful gasps, the tone of their journey shifts entirely. The polite, measured dialogue of their earlier encounters is replaced by short, urgent whispers, tight grips on trembling hands, and the shared, silent understanding of their mutual dependence. Haltet, with his professional soldier's instinct, leads the way, his eyes scanning the shadows for movement, his body tense and ready to spring at the slightest sound. Warner, who had previously viewed life through a more detached, artistic lens, is suddenly forced to confront the raw, unvarnished reality of mortality. He feels the cold sweat on his brow, the burning in his lungs, and the heavy weight of responsibility for the lives of his companions. And between them is Philippa, no longer just a mysterious young woman of intrigue, but a vital force of resilience. When they cross ruined villages, where the skeletons of burned cottages stand like blackened teeth against the darkened sky, it is her hand that steadies them, her unwavering gaze that silently reassures them that they must keep moving. Every step is a testament to raw human courage, a refusal to succumb to the overwhelming terror that threatens to consume them. To truly understand the psychological depth of this transformation, to see how the chaos of war strips away the superficial and reveals the core of human nature, let us step aside from our main narrative for a moment and examine a deeply human story from this same tumultuous period. Consider the lived experience of two ordinary souls caught in the very same tide of invasion in a neighboring valley. Let us look at the story of Morris, a middle-aged schoolmaster from a nearby hamlet, and Odette, a young seamstress who had lived her entire life in the shadow of her own timid nature. Morris was a man of routine, a scholar who hid his deep-seated fears of inadequacy behind a wall of cold intellect and social distance. He kept people at arm's length, believing that emotional detachment was the only true shield against the disappointments of life. Odette, on the other hand, was so crippled by self-doubt that she rarely spoke above a whisper, constantly seeking the approval of others and living in terror of making a mistake. When the German cavalry swept through their valley, burning the schoolhouse and turning their quiet world into a roaring furnace of panic, these two unlikely companions found themselves thrown together in a desperate fight for their lives. The first shell struck the village square with a sound like a tearing sheet of silk, followed immediately by an earth-shaking detonation that shattered every window in the schoolhouse. Chalk dust and pulverized plaster filled the air, choking Morris as he stood frozen at his desk, his mind unable to process the sudden destruction of his orderly sanctuary. Through the billowing smoke, he saw Odette, her sewing room across the street already engulfed in flames. She was standing in the doorway, clutching a small bundle of fabric to her chest, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored his own. Without a word, he ran to her, and together they fled toward the dark silhouette of the Ardennes forest as the first horseman emerged from the dust of the road. Let us trace their journey step by step, observing the minute details of their psychological unraveling and subsequent rebirth. As they fled into the dense, foggy woods, with the sound of pursuing patrollers echoing behind them, Morris's intellectual armor immediately shattered. The theories and books that had once given him a sense of superiority were useless against the cold, damp reality of a night spent hiding in a wet ravine. He was seized by a paralyzing panic, his mind spinning in useless circles, his body shaking so violently that he could barely stand. The cold rain soaked through his wool coat, and the smell of wet earth and decay seemed to press down on him like a physical weight. In that moment of absolute vulnerability, the mask of the detached intellectual fell away, revealing a frightened, helpless human being. And it was here, in the darkest hour of their flight, that a profound psychological shift occurred within Odette. Seeing Morris's collapse, something clicked within her quiet spirit. The need to survive, coupled with a deep, sudden well of empathy for this broken man, transcended her lifelong habit of fear. She did not scream. She did not weep. Instead, she reached out and took his hand, her grip surprisingly firm. With a quiet, steady voice that she did not recognize as her own, she guided him through the treacherous terrain. She chose paths through the thickest briars to hide their tracks, her small hands tearing at the thorns without regard for her own pain. When the sound of horse hooves drew near, she pulled Morris down into the hollow of an uprooted oak, pressing her hand over his mouth to silence his ragged breathing, her own heart hammering like a trapped bird against her ribs. Over the course of 3 agonizing days, As they evaded patrols and scavenged for wild berries in the freezing drizzle, we witnessed the step-by-step unfolding of post-traumatic growth. Odette, who had always viewed herself as weak and dependent, discovered a reservoir of resourcefulness she never knew she possessed. She learned to read the forest, to listen to the warning cries of birds, to find a dry cave where they could huddle together for warmth, using their combined body heat to stave off hypothermia. Maurice, stripped of his arrogance, learned the profound humility of receiving help and the beauty of genuine, vulnerable human connection. He looked at Odette not as a simple village girl, but as his savior, a beacon of strength in a world gone mad. He realized that his previous isolation was not strength, but a cowardice of the heart, and that true courage lay in the willingness to love and be dependent on another. When they finally reached safety behind the Allied lines, they were physically exhausted, their clothes in rags, their bodies bruised and bloodied. Yet, psychologically, they were entirely reborn. The trauma of the invasion had not broken them. It had liberated them from the self-imposed prisons of their past identities. They had discovered their authentic selves through the ultimate adversity, proving that the human spirit, when pushed to the absolute brink, is capable of a beautiful, transcendent resilience. This is the very same psychological alchemy we see at play in the flight of Warner, Halkett, and Philippa. The sudden outbreak of war, with all its terrifying violence and chaotic energy, serves as a mirror that reflects their truest signatures. It forces them, and indeed, forces us as listeners, to ask the most fundamental questions of existence. Who are we when everything we rely on is swept away? What remains when our comfort, our status, and our daily routines are stripped from us? The answer, as illustrated by their desperate journey through the war-torn landscape, is both humbling and inspiring. What remains is the raw capacity for courage, the quiet flame of hope that refuses to be extinguished, and the profound, life-saving power of human connection. As we listen to their breathless escape, we are invited to explore our own internal landscapes. We are reminded that within each of us lies a hidden reservoir of strength, waiting to be summoned not in times of ease, but in the moments of our deepest trials. The fear we feel is not a sign of weakness, but the very ground upon which courage is built. For courage is not the absence of fear. It is the quiet, steady decision that something else is more important, that survival, love, and the preservation of our shared humanity are worth every agonizing step through the dark. By tracing the footsteps of these characters, by feeling the cold wind of the forest and hearing the distant thunder of war, we learn to embrace our own vulnerabilities and find the authentic, a broken self that lies waiting within us all. Chapters 16 to 20. Secrets of Birth and Identity. Who are we, truly, when the stories we have been told about our lives begin to unravel like frayed silk in an autumn wind? Is our identity defined by the blood that flows unseen through our veins, or is it carved by the quiet choices we make when the world is looking the other way? There is a profound, almost terrifying vulnerability in discovering that the foundation upon which you built your entire existence is nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion. We spend our lives yearning for truth, yet when the veil is finally pulled back, we often find ourselves standing on the edge of an abyss, looking down at a stranger who wears our face. Let us step together into the quiet, tension-draped atmosphere of northern France, in those heavy, breathless days of late August 1914. The air in the small town of Orson is thick with the scent of crushed summer roses, damp river stone, and the sharp, metallic tang of distant gunpowder. It is here, amidst the gathering shadows of a world on the brink of total annihilation, that we find the young girl Philippa. For years, she has been known simply as a helper in a provincial cabaret, a quiet, luminous presence moving through the smoke and the clamor of rough soldiers and local peasants. She has known cold nights, the harsh words of her supposed guardian, and the simple, grounding beauty of the river. But beneath her humble exterior lies a secret so vast, so politically explosive, that its revelation could alter the destiny of empires and rewrite the map of Europe. Imagine the scene as it unfolds in the dim, shuttered parlor of the local villa. Outside, the summer sun is brilliant, but inside, the light is filtered through heavy lace curtains, casting long, skeletal shadows across the wooden floorboards. Philippa stands in the center of the room, her hands clasped tightly against her apron, her dark eyes wide with a mixture of terror and dawning wonder. Before her lies an old, iron-bound dispatch box, its lock forced open, revealing a cache of yellowed papers, wax seals, and delicate miniatures painted on ivory. To understand the profound weight of this moment, we must first uncover the truth behind Philippa's childhood and the scheming forces that sought to hide her identity. For years, she was kept in a state of forced obscurity, a precious pawn hidden away in the dark corners of the European chessboard. Powerful men, driven by dynastic greed and the fear of political upheaval, conspired to erase her very existence. They paid off dishonest guardians, forged death certificates, and wove a suffocating web of lies around her. They wanted her to believe she was nobody, a fatherless, motherless child of the streets, because a girl who does not know her name cannot claim her birthright. They feared her not for what she had done, but for who she was born to be, a descendant of an ancient, noble line whose survival threatened the ambitions of rival houses and the stability of nations. Consider the cinematic suspense of the moment the truth is laid bare. Philippa watches as James Warner, the American artist who has become her protector, gently lifts a heavy gold locket from the depths of the iron box. His fingers, stained with charcoal and oil paint, tremble slightly as he presses the hidden spring. The locket clicks open, and there, staring back at them from the painted ivory, is the face of a woman with Philippa's own arresting eyes, her high cheekbones, her expression of quiet, sorrowful dignity. It is her mother, a princess of a house that has been systematically dismantled by war and intrigue. In that single, breathless second, the silence in the room is deafening. You can hear the distant, rhythmic thud of French artillery on the horizon, a reminder that the world is tearing itself apart. Yet inside this small room, an entire universe is collapsing and rebuilding itself in the space of a heartbeat. Philippa reaches out, her fingertips hovering just millimeters above the miniature, as if she is afraid that touching it will cause the vision to dissolve into mist. Her inner monologue is a chaotic storm of disbelief and recognition. She remembers the cold, drafty rooms of her early youth, the whispers of stern men in gray cloaks who visited her guardian in the dead of night, and the persistent, aching feeling she always carried in her breast, the feeling that she did not belong in the dirt and the noise of the cabaret, that she was waiting for someone, or something, to call her home. Why does this classic dynamic of the hidden heir, the lost child of royalty, resonate so deeply within our collective subconscious? Why does it hold such a powerful grip on our hearts? From a psychological perspective, Philippa's journey is the ultimate externalization of our own inner search for value and meaning. Deep down, Almost every human being harbors a secret, quiet suspicion that they are more than what their current circumstances suggest. We look at our daily routines, our struggles, our mundane worries, and a voice inside us whispers that we are destined for something grander, that we possess a hidden nobility of soul that the world has failed to recognize. When we read of a simple girl being revealed as a person of immense, aristocratic consequence, it feeds our subconscious longing to be seen, to be validated, and to be rescued from our own perceived insignificance. It touches upon our fear of being forgotten or discarded, and our ultimate dream of discovering that our suffering was not meaningless, but was instead a crucible preparing us for a magnificent destiny. However, this dynamic can also hold us back if we use it as a form of escapism, waiting for some external revelation or some savior to change our lives, rather than doing the hard, internal work of claiming our own inherent sovereignty. If you find yourself seeking your own sense of identity, waiting for the world to recognize your worth, let this story act as a soothing, guiding hand. The practical path to reclaiming your personal power does not require an iron dispatch box or a royal pedigree. It begins with the courage to dismantle the false narratives that others have written for you. Take a quiet moment today to sit with yourself, free from the noise of expectations and societal demands. Ask yourself, what parts of my life have I accepted simply because I was told that this is who I am? What golden, creative, or noble aspects of my soul have I hidden away to keep others comfortable? Write down the stories you were told about your limitations during your childhood, and next to them, write your own truth. If you were told you were quiet and weak, rewrite it to reflect your deep capacity for observation and resilience. By consciously choosing which parts of your heritage to carry forward and which to leave behind, you begin the sacred process of self-creation, transitioning from a passive participant in your life to the sovereign ruler of your own destiny. As we return to the narrative, we must explore the devastating emotional impact of these revelations on Philippa as she undergoes this profound transition. It is one thing to dream of being someone of consequence. It is quite another to feel the heavy, cold mantle of social and political responsibility settle upon your shoulders in an instant. Philippa does not react with joy or triumph. Instead, she is seized by a profound sense of mourning. She mourns the simple life she has lost, the quiet future she had envisioned for herself, and the tragic realization that her entire childhood was a lie constructed by people she was taught to fear or obey. Let us look closely at her face in this moment of transformation. The color has completely drained from her cheeks, and her breathing is shallow. She turns to Warner, her eyes pleading for reassurance, for some anchor in this raging sea of new reality. She realizes that her love for him, which had blossomed so sweetly and simply in the quiet corners of Orson, is now complicated by the demands of her birth. A princess cannot simply love an American artist. She is a political asset, a symbol, a piece to be moved on a board by generals and prime ministers. Her inner monologue is a painful whisper. Why could they not have left me in my obscurity? I was happy with so little. Now, they want to give me the world, but in exchange, they will demand my soul, my freedom, and the man I love. She feels a terrifying sense of isolation, as if a great, transparent wall has suddenly descended between her and the rest of humanity. She is no longer just Philippa, the girl who mended lace and listened to the songs of the river. She is a figure of history, and history is a cold, unfeeling master. This emotional transition speaks directly to our subconscious fear of change and success. We often believe we want growth, advancement, and elevated status, but when we are presented with them, we are frequently paralyzed by a deep, instinctual terror. This is the essence of the imposter syndrome, the fear that if we step into our full power, we will be exposed as frauds, or we will lose the simple, comforting connections that kept us safe in our smallness. We fear that our success will isolate us, that we will have to sacrifice our authentic selves to meet the expectations of our new roles. It is a delicate balance, holding onto our core humanity while allowing ourselves to expand into our full potential. To navigate your own moments of transition, when life calls you to step into a larger, more demanding version of yourself, you must practice the art of anchored expansion. When you are promoted, when you take on a new role, or when you claim a new level of personal authority, do not try to sever your connection to your past self. Instead, find one or two core truths about who you are: your kindness, your curiosity, your love for a simple pleasure, and hold onto them like a compass. Create a daily ritual that keeps you grounded in your humanity, whether it is a quiet morning walk, writing in a journal, or speaking with a trusted friend who knew you before your transition. Remember that your new status or responsibilities are merely garments you wear. They do not change the sacred light within you. By maintaining this inner anchor, you can rise to meet any challenge, navigate any social or professional height, without losing the beautiful simplicity of your soul. Now, let us widen our lens, shifting our gaze from the quiet, emotionally charged parlor of the villa to the world outside, where the personal drama of Philippa's identity is suddenly and dramatically interwoven with the mounting military tension of a continent on fire. The French army is rallying to defend Paris, and the roads around Orson are choking with the dust of marching columns, the rumble of heavy artillery carriages, and the desperate, frantic movements of refugees fleeing the advancing German forces. The contrast is stunning and deeply cinematic. Inside the villa, a young girl is discovering who she is. Outside, an entire civilization is fighting to decide if it will survive the night. The personal and the political, the micro and the macro, collide in a symphony of tension and dread. The very papers that prove Philippa's identity are also of vital strategic importance, containing secrets that could influence the alliances of neutral nations and alter the course of the war. Her personal safety becomes paramount not just to Warner, but to the French officers who realize that this young girl represents a powerful symbol of legitimacy and hope for a shattered region. Imagine the atmosphere as dusk begins to fall over Orson. The sky is painted in bruised shades of violet, orange, and charcoal, reflecting the fires that burn in the distance. The sound of the wind through the poplars is constantly interrupted by the low, vibrant roar of the motorcars of the French General Staff, rushing along the highways. Warner stands by the window, watching the movement of the troops, his face grim. Behind him, Philippa sits quietly, holding the miniature of her mother. The threat of invasion is no longer an abstract concept. It is a physical presence, felt in the rattling of the window panes and the smell of smoke on the breeze. The soldier who has been guarding them enters with urgent news. The German cavalry has been sighted on the outskirts of the neighboring village. They must flee, and they must do so now, carrying the secret of Philippa's birth into the heart of the storm. This interweaving of personal crisis and global catastrophe is a powerful mirror for our own lives. How often do we find ourselves dealing with profound personal grief, identity crises, or family dramas at the exact moment when the world around us feels chaotic, unstable, and overwhelming. We feel a sense of guilt or cognitive dissonance, wondering how we can worry about our own small hearts when the larger world is suffering from economic instability, political divide, or global crises. Yet, our personal struggles are not insignificant. They are the lens through which we experience the world. The external storm only heightens the urgency of our internal resolution. When you find yourself caught in this double tempest, where both your personal life and the external world are in turmoil, the key is to focus on what is immediately within your sphere of influence. Do not try to carry the weight of the entire world on your shoulders while your own heart is breaking. Practice compartmentalization not as a way to suppress your emotions, but as a survival tool. Ask yourself in moments of overwhelm, what is the single, most critical step I must take right now to preserve my safety and my peace of mind? If the world is chaotic, let your inner life become a sanctuary of order and quiet determination. Protect your energy, guard your secrets, and trust that by holding onto your integrity in the midst of the storm, you are contributing a vital spark of stability to a world that desperately needs it. Let us pause for a moment, letting the image of Philippa and Warner standing together in the twilight settle in our minds. Can you feel the trembling tension of that room? Can you hear the distant bugles sounding the retreat, and the quiet, steady beating of two hearts determined to survive? This chapter of Philippa's life is a profound testament to the complexity of human identity. It shows us that we are not simple, flat characters in a predictable play, but deep, multi-layered beings capable of adapting to the most extraordinary circumstances. We are the products of our past, yes, but we are also the creators of our future. Philippa was a girl of the streets, but she was also a princess. She was a victim of a grand conspiracy, but she was also a beacon of hope in a dark world. She represents all of us, standing at the crossroads of who we were told we were, and who we choose to become. As we bring this chapter to a close, we see Philippa, Warner, and their small band of loyal companions preparing to slip into the night, leaving behind the only home she has ever known. They carry with them the iron box, the secret of her birth, and the heavy responsibility of her identity. The road ahead of them is dark, dangerous, and filled with the unpredictable terrors of war. But there is a new light in Philippa's eyes, a quiet, burning fire of self-knowledge that no army can extinguish. She has looked into the mirror of her past and accepted the challenge of her destiny. She is no longer running from the truth. She is running toward it, ready to claim her place in a world that is changing with every tick of the clock. In our next chapter, we will follow them into the heart of the conflict, where these secrets of birth and identity will be tested in the fires of the front line. We will witness how a single girl's heritage becomes a weapon of hope, and how the bonds of love and loyalty are forged in the ultimate crucible of survival. Stay with me, feel the rhythm of the journey, and prepare your heart for the revelations yet to come. Let us step together into that very crucible, into the quiet, shadow-drenched library of the Château de Saint Clair, just miles outside the panic-stricken streets of Paris. The air here is thick with the scent of damp stone, beeswax, and the distant, rhythmic thud of artillery fire shaking the heavy glass window panes. Philippa stands before a massive, iron-bound oak chest that has remained locked for over a generation. Her fingers, roughened by years of hard labor and practical survival, tremble slightly as they hover over the cold, rusted keyhole. Beside her stands Mr. Laurent, an elderly notary whose family has guarded the dark secrets of the aristocracy for decades, his face etched with a mixture of reverence and profound sorrow. With a slow, deliberate turn of the key, a sound that mimics the cracking of ice over a long-frozen lake, the lid is raised, and the veil over Philippa's past is lifted forever. Inside the chest lies no gold or glittering jewels, but rather something far more powerful and dangerous, a collection of yellowed parchments, sealed with the deep crimson wax of the House of Saint Hilaire, and a delicate silver locket containing the painted miniature of a woman who possesses Philippa's exact, arresting gray eyes. As Philippa reaches in, her hand brushing the cool surface of the locket, a wave of cold realization washes over her. This is the face of her mother, a woman of high nobility, connected by blood to the royal courts of Europe, who was forced to abandon her child not out of a lack of love, but in a desperate bid to save her life. Monsieur Laurent speaks in a low, reverent whisper, unfolding the story of a grand conspiracy. We learn of the scheming forces that sought to erase Philippa from existence. Decades earlier, her family's immense wealth and political influence had made them targets of greedy relatives and corrupt state officials who coveted their vast estates on the eastern border. When the flames of war and political upheaval first began to lick at the foundations of the old regime, these conspirators saw their chance. They fabricated records, bribed corrupt officials, and staged a tragic fire, declaring the infant heiress dead while secretly plotting to have her permanently removed. But a loyal servant, recognizing the innocent child's imminent peril, spirited her away in the dead of night, hiding her in the remote countryside, disguised as a peasant orphan. The psychological impact of this revelation on Philippa is staggering. To listen to her story is to witness a profound spiritual transformation. For her entire life, she has viewed herself as a leaf blown by the wind, an insignificant girl with no past and a highly uncertain future. Suddenly, she is confronted with the reality that her very existence is a threat to powerful, shadowy figures who still walk the corridors of power in Paris. The simplicity of her former life is shattered. She is no longer just Philippa, the quiet girl of the provinces. She is the rightful heir to a legacy that carries immense social and political weight. This new identity is a heavy, golden crown placed upon her head, and it threatens to crush her spirit before she can even learn to wear it. She feels a dizzying sense of grief for the life she was denied, for the mother she never got to hold, and for the years spent in obscurity, believing she was unwanted. Yet, mixed with this sorrow is a spark of fierce, aristocratic pride. The blood flowing through her veins is not that of a victim, but of survivors, leaders, and protectors. As she clutches the silver locket to her chest, she realizes that her survival was not an accident of fate, but a victory against those who sought to destroy her. Outside the sanctuary of the chateau, the world is descending into chaos. The French army is rallying to defend Paris against the advancing enemy coalition, and the roads are choked with marching soldiers, heavy wagons, and desperate refugees. The personal drama of Philippa's identity becomes inextricably interwoven with this grand military emergency. The very forces who betrayed her family are now revealed to be collaborating with the invaders, seeking to use the chaos of war to cement their stolen power. Philippa's claim to her heritage is no longer just a matter of personal justice. It is a vital key to exposing the traitors within the French high command and rallying the local population to defend their homeland. Imagine the scene as Philippa steps out onto the stone balcony of the chateau, the wind whipping her hair as she looks out toward the horizon where the sky is stained with the dark smoke of burning outposts. The thunder of the cannons grows louder, a stark reminder that the time for reflection is short. She must make a choice. She can flee into the shadows, taking her secret with her and living a quiet, safe life of obscurity. Or she can step forward into the light of history, embrace her true name, and weaponize her heritage to save the nation that unknowingly harbored her. Her decision is written in the steady, unwavering resolve of her posture. She turns back to Monsieur Laurent, her voice no longer trembling, but filled with a quiet, commanding authority that surprises even herself. She will fight. She will use the name of Saint Hilaire to unite the fractured factions of the local resistance, to offer hope to the frightened soldiers marching toward the front lines, and to confront the ghosts of her past on the very battlefield where the future of Europe will be decided. In this moment, the listener is invited to reflect on the nature of identity. Are we defined by the circumstances of our birth, or by the choices we make when the truth is finally revealed to us? Philippa's journey teaches us that, while our past may shape the raw material of our character, it is our courage in the present that refines it into something truly extraordinary. As the drums of war beat faster, and the fate of Paris hangs in the balance, Philippa stands ready to claim her destiny, a beacon of hope forged in the secret history of her blood, ready to illuminate the darkest corners of the conflict that lies ahead. Chapters 21 to 23. The Crucible of War and Resolution. Welcome, beloved listener. Take a deep, quiet breath, and let the noise of the modern world gently drift away into the shadows. Let your shoulders drop, settle into your space, and prepare to embark on a journey deep into the human soul, forged in the fiercest fires of history and heart. Today, we stand together on the threshold of a profound transformation. We are entering the crucible. We are stepping directly into the dramatic culmination of Robert W. Chambers' classic masterpiece, as we explore chapters 21 to 23 of The Girl Philippa. This is the chapter we call The Crucible of War and Resolution. There is an old, timeless truth written in the stars and carved into the bedrock of our shared human experience, that we do not truly know who we are until everything we love is threatened with absolute destruction. It is only when the skies turn to ash, when the earth beneath our feet trembles with the fury of 1,000 storms, and when the comforting illusions of safety are stripped away, that the true metal of our character is revealed. Have you ever felt as though your life was caught in a tempest? Have you ever looked out at the ruins of your own hopes, wondering if anything beautiful could ever rise from the dust? If you have, then you already know the territory we are about to traverse. Let us begin by painting the scene with the rich, heavy colors of a late summer that is about to be violently torn asunder. It is autumn in northern France, 1914. The air should be sweet with the scent of ripening apples, of damp earth, and the cool, golden haze of October. Instead, the atmosphere is thick with the acrid, choking stench of sulfur, burning timber, and the copper tang of spilled blood. The Battle of the Arc is raging. This is not merely a clash of armies. It is a monstrous, mechanical collision of worlds, a terrifying symphony of steel and fire that threatens to consume the very concept of humanity. In the midst of this cataclysm stands Philippa, a girl whose life began in the quiet, dusty corners of a provincial inn, but whose destiny is now revealed to be inextricably woven into the grand tapestry of nations. Alongside her is James Warner, the American artist who looked past her humble apron to see the royal soul shining within her eyes. Together, they must navigate a landscape of devastation, where every step forward demands a sacrifice, and every breath could be their last. Let us dive into our first key point: the brutal, earth-shattering clashes of the Battle of the Ark and the heroic sacrifices that define this historic turning point. To understand the gravity of this moment, we must place ourselves on the muddy banks of the river, where the French army, battered and exhausted, turns to make its desperate, final stand against the overwhelming grey tide of the invading forces. Imagine the scene through the eyes of those who lived it. The sky is no longer blue. It is a bruised, suffocating purple, torn by the constant, blinding flashes of the French 75s. The ground beneath you does not merely shake, it groans, a continuous, low-frequency vibration that settles deep in your chest, mimicking the frantic beat of a panicked heart. The air is a physical barrier, thick with dust, smoke, and the deafening, shrieking whistle of incoming artillery shells. Men do not walk. They crawl, they stumble, they charge through fields of crushed clover that have been stained a horrific, dark crimson. In this theater of terror, we witness the ultimate expression of human devotion, sacrifice. Think of the young soldiers, many of them barely older than boys, who discard their fears and throw themselves into the path of destruction to shield their comrades, to defend a patch of soil they call home, or to protect the innocent. Among them are characters we have grown to care for, individuals whose lives were once simple, now elevated to the stature of tragic heroes. We see the heavy-hearted courage of those who realize that their personal futures must be surrendered so that others might have a future at all. Consider a cinematic, suspenseful moment from this conflict. Imagine a young French officer, his uniform torn and blackened by gunpowder, standing at the edge of a shallow trench. His eyes are wide, not with fear, but with a terrifying, absolute clarity. He looks back at a makeshift hospital unit where Philippa and the wounded are huddled. He knows that if the advancing line is not held for 20 more minutes, all will be lost. There is no hope of reinforcement. He looks at his men, reads the same grim realization in their tired faces, and with a voice cracked by thirst and dust, he orders the countercharge. In his mind, in that final, suspended second before he leaps over the parapet into the hail of machine gun fire, he does not think of grand political alliances or the glory of empires. He thinks of his mother's garden in Provence, of the smell of lavender, and of the quiet, simple peace he is buying with his life. He leaps. The world explodes in a flash of white light. He is gone, but the line holds. Why does this classic, tragic dynamic of sacrifice resonate so deeply within our subconscious? What is it about the archetype of the fallen hero that moves us to tears and commands our deepest reverence? Psychologically, the act of sacrifice represents the ultimate victory over our most primitive instinct to survival of the self. When we witness or read of someone giving up their life, their comfort, or their safety for a cause greater than themselves, it shatters the cynical illusion that humanity is purely selfish. It speaks to a deep, dormant part of our subconscious that yearns for transcendent meaning. It reminds us that there are values, relationships, and truths that are far more precious than our physical existence. However, in our daily lives, this dynamic can also hold us back if we misunderstand it. Many of us suffer from a quiet, insidious form of the martyr complex. We sacrifice our boundaries, our dreams, and our emotional well-being to appease others, believing that our suffering makes us noble. But there is a profound difference between the heroic sacrifice born of love and strength, and the codependent sacrifice born of fear and a lack of self-worth. The hero of the arc sacrificed his life to protect life. He did not do it because he felt worthless, but because he valued the lives of others so intensely. How can we apply this realization to our own lives today? Let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. When you find yourself overwhelmed by the battles of your own life, when you feel called to sacrifice your peace for the demands of others, pause, take a slow, deep breath, and ask yourself this crucial question. Is this sacrifice an act of conscious, empowering love, or is it a survival mechanism born of my fear of rejection? To navigate your own personal battlefields, practice the art of intentional boundary setting. Understand that you cannot pour from an empty cup. Just as the soldiers in the trenches needed to preserve their ammunition and their strength for the critical moments, you must conserve your emotional energy. Choose your battles with exquisite care. Let go of the need to save everyone at the expense of your own soul. When you do choose to give of yourself, do so fully, without resentment, as a free gift of your strength, not a transaction to earn love. Let us now transition to our second key point, the resolution of the fates of the villains and the beautiful, hard-won validation of Philippa's rightful place in society. In every great epic, the external conflict of war is mirrored by the internal conflict of justice and identity. For so long, Philippa was a leaf blown by the wind, a girl of mysterious origins, kept in ignorance of her noble lineage, and exploited by those who sought to use her as a pawn in their treacherous political games. The villainous figures in her life, particularly the sinister, manipulative Wildress, represent the dark forces of greed, deceit, and the predatory exploitation of the vulnerable. They sought to keep her small, to chain her to a destiny of servitude and obscurity, and to use her identity as a weapon for their own enrichment. But the crucible of war has a way of burning away falsehoods. In the final chapters, we witness the poetic, inevitable collapse of the villain's schemes. It is a cinematic sequence of tense confrontations and dramatic justice. Imagine the cold, dimly lit room of an abandoned chateau, where the conspirators have gathered, believing they are about to secure their final victory. The air is tense, thick with suspicion and the desperate smell of sweat and damp paper. They hold the documents that prove Philippa's true identity, her royal heritage, her right to an ancient title and vast estates. They believe they can bargain with this secret, using it to buy their safety from the advancing armies. But justice, though it may walk with leaden feet, strikes with an iron hand. The door is breached, not by a grand army, but by the relentless march of truth, accompanied by the cold steel of the law and the fierce, protective presence of those who love Philippa. In a desperate, panicked attempt to escape, the villains turn on one another, their alliances crumbling like dry sand under the pressure of their own cowardice. Wildress, caught in the web of his own making, meets a fate that is both tragic and profoundly just, a victim of the very violence and deceit he unleashed upon the world. The documents are recovered, and the truth is laid bare before the eyes of the world. Philippa is no longer the nameless girl of the cabaret. She is validated. Her rightful place in society is acknowledged, her nobility not merely confirmed by parchment and seals, but by her own grace, her dignity under pressure, and her unyielding kindness. Why does this narrative of vindication and the fall of the oppressor hold such power over our hearts? Psychologically, We all carry a deep-seated fear of being unseen, of being misrepresented, or of having our true worth denied by the world. Many of us have experienced our own personal wild risks, people who undermined our confidence, who told us we were nothing, or who sought to exploit our vulnerability for their own gain. When we see Philippa validated, our subconscious celebrates because it represents the ultimate victory over the imposter syndrome. It validates our inner, secret belief that despite what our critics, our abusers, or our circumstances have told us, we are indeed worthy of respect, love, and nobility. Yet, we must be careful not to fall into the trap of waiting for external validation to define our worth. If Philippa had believed she was only valuable once the papers were signed and the title was restored, she would have remained a victim in her mind. Her true nobility was present when she was washing dishes and serving wine. The documents merely confirmed what was already written in her soul. Here is your practical, step-by-step guidance for reclaiming your own crown, as a gentle mentor would advise you. First, identify the voices of the villains in your past, the voices that told you that you were not enough, that you were destined for obscurity, or that your value lay only in what you could do for others. Write those limiting beliefs down on a piece of paper. Look at them, acknowledge the pain they have caused you, and then, with a conscious act of will, burn that paper, or tear it into tiny pieces. Let the fire of your own self-awareness consume those lies. Second, begin the daily practice of self-validation. Do not wait for a court, a boss, a partner, or a society to tell you that you are noble and worthy. Every morning, look at yourself in the mirror. Look past the physical reflection into your own eyes, and say to yourself, I am here. I am worthy of love, respect, and peace. My value is inherent, and no one can take it away from me. Walk through your day with a quiet, dignified posture of a person who knows their own true name, even if the rest of the world has not yet caught up to the truth. And now, let us turn our gaze to the beautiful, glowing heart of this narrative, our third key point, the satisfying, deeply emotional conclusion of Warner and Philippa's romance amidst the fragile, smoke-wreathed dawn of a new era. There is no landscape more beautiful, yet more haunting, than a battlefield when the guns finally fall silent. The transition from the roaring chaos of the arc to the quiet, exhausted stillness of the aftermath is almost physical in its impact. The air, once hot and violent, cools into a crisp, damp autumn breeze. The smoke begins to clear, revealing a shattered landscape of scarred trees, ruined cottages, and the silent, tragic forms of those who fell. But amidst this devastation, there is also the miracle of survival. There is the green grass pushing through the blackened soil. There is the sun, rising pale and golden over the hills, casting long, gentle shadows across the earth. It is in this fragile, quiet dawn that James Warner and Philippa find each other once again. Their reunion is not marked by theatrical passion or loud declarations. It is a moment of profound, quiet intimacy, heavy with the weight of what they have survived, and sweet with the promise of what is to come. Imagine them meeting on the stone terrace of a partially ruined villa overlooking the valley. Philippa is dressed simply, her face pale, her eyes carrying the deep, quiet wisdom of someone who has looked into the abyss and refused to blink. Warner approaches her slowly, his steps hesitant, as if he is afraid that she might be a ghost, a beautiful mirror conjured by his exhausted mind. He stops a few paces away. For a long, suspended moment, no words are spoken. The silence between them is filled with the whisper of the wind through the pines and the distant, fading rumble of wagons on the road. Then, he reaches out his hand. She steps forward, her fingers trembling as they close around his, finding warmth, finding solidity, finding home. When he pulls her into his arms, it is not just an embrace. It is a sanctuary. In that embrace, the horrors of the war, the schemes of the villains, and the uncertainty of the future all fade into insignificance. They are no longer an artist and a mysterious girl. They are two souls who have walked through the valley of the shadow of death and emerged together, bound by a love that has been tested in the ultimate crucible and found pure. Why does this romantic resolution amidst tragedy touch us so deeply? Why does the contrast of love and war hold such an enduring grip on the human imagination? Psychologically, love is the ultimate counterweight to death and destruction. When we witness the birth or the survival of love in the midst of catastrophe, it reassures us that our capacity for connection, tenderness, and joy is stronger than our capacity for violence and chaos. It speaks to our deep-seated need for safety, for a haven in the storm. We all want to believe that no matter how dark the world becomes, there is a hand we can hold, a heart that will beat in rhythm with ours, and a love that will endure when everything else has fallen. However, loving in a fragile world requires immense courage. Many of us are terrified of intimacy because we know that to love is to make ourselves vulnerable to catastrophic loss. We build walls around our hearts, convincing ourselves that if we do not care too deeply, we cannot be hurt. But those walls do not protect us. They entomb us. They keep us safe from pain, but they also keep us safe from joy, from connection, and from life itself. If you are standing on the edge of your own fragile door, hesitant to let love in, let me offer you this gentle encouragement. To love is, indeed, a heroic act of courage. It is an act of defiance against the coldness of the world. To practice this in your own life, start by identifying the walls you have built around your heart. Are you holding back your feelings from someone you care about because you are afraid of being hurt? Are you refusing to pursue a deep connection because you are waiting for a perfect, safe time that may never come? Recognize that there is no safe time. The world will always be uncertain. The dawn will always be fragile. Step over the threshold of your fear. Reach out. Send that message, have that honest conversation, or simply allow yourself to feel the warmth of someone's affection without analyzing it or looking for the catch. Let your guard down, even if only for a moment. Trust that you are strong enough to handle whatever pain may come, because you have already survived so much, and the joy of a true connection is worth every risk. Let us now gather the threads of our journey through chapters 21 to 23. We have walked through the horrific, thundering trenches of the Battle of the Ark, witnessing the transformative power of heroic sacrifice. We have stood in the halls of justice, watching the self-destructive collapse of the villains and celebrating the beautiful, undeniable validation of Philippa's true identity. And we have stood on that quiet, mist-shrouded terrace, feeling the warmth of Warner and Philippa's embrace as they welcomed the fragile dawn of a new era of love and peace. These chapters are not just a thrilling conclusion to a story. They are a map of the human journey. They remind us that our struggles, no matter how brutal, are the very crucibles in which our true selves are forged. They assure us that justice will have its day, that our worth will be validated, and that love, in the end, is the only force capable of rebuilding the world. As we prepare to close this chapter, Let the quiet peace of this resolution settle deep into your spirit. Let the image of that pale, golden sunrise over the valley of the ark warm your heart. But do not close your eyes just yet, for our journey is not truly complete. The crucible has done its work, the metal has been refined, but what of the future? What of the scars left behind, and the vast, uncharted territory of a world transformed? As the echoes of the battle fade into the distance, a new whisper arises, a whisper of legacy, of memory, and of the quiet, enduring power of the choices we make when the storm has finally passed. In our next chapter, we will venture beyond the resolution, exploring the profound aftermath and the enduring echoes of the crucible. Sleep quietly, live deeply, and step forward with courage into the light of your own fragile dawn. Until next time, let peace be your guide. But to truly understand this peace, we must return to the very eye of the tempest, to that fateful afternoon on the banks of the Ark where the earth itself seemed to scream under the weight of iron and fury. Imagine the scene with me, painted in shades of charcoal gray and bruised violet. The wind carries the sharp, suffocating scent of sulfur and wet earth, a sensory assault that leaves the mouth dry and the heart hammering against the ribs. Here, in the shattered ruins of a stone chapel, we find James Warner, his hands stained with the soil of a country he has come to love, his eyes scanning the smoke-choked horizon for the one soul he cannot bear to lose. Let us look closely at a moment that defines the very essence of sacrifice, a small, agonizing case study in human nobility. Beside Warner stands a young French soldier, barely more than our boy, whose name may never be written in the grand histories of the Great War, yet whose spirit shines brighter than any medal. He has watched Philippa grow from a mysterious, guarded girl into a beacon of hope for the entire valley. In this desperate hour, as the enemy forces press close and the machine gun fire cuts through the ancient oaks like a scythe, the young soldier looks at Warner. There is no fear in his eyes, only a profound, heartbreaking clarity. He understands that for Philippa to survive, for her to ever claim her rightful place in a world that has denied her identity, the line must be held here. With a silent nod, a gesture so simple it catches in the throat, he steps out into the open, drawing the deadly attention of the advancing line. His actions are not driven by a hatred of the enemy, but by an overwhelming love for the promise of tomorrow that Philippa represents. It is a cinematic, devastating sequence of events. The sudden burst of fire, the quiet crumpling of a young life, and the terrible, heavy silence that settles over his fallen form. Through this tragedy, we see the true cost of the crucible, how the finest gold is bought with the most precious of lives. And what of those who sought to destroy her? The resolution of the villains in this drama is not one of grand, cinematic triumph, but of a quiet, hollow ruin. The treacherous forces that hunted Philippa, driven by greed and the hunger for power, find no glory in the ashes of the Ark. Their schemes are swallowed by the very chaos they helped unleash, leaving them forgotten, stripped of their illusions, and condemned to the cold margins of history. For Philippa, the validation of her birthright and her return to her rightful place in society is not a moment of vain pride. Instead, it is a solemn, deeply moving transition. As the truth of her noble lineage is finally laid bare and acknowledged by the world, she stands before the mirror of her new life, feeling the weight of the names she now carries. She realizes that her true nobility was never written in the ink of old registries, but in the courage she summoned when all light had failed. The emotional peak of our journey arrives not with a grand fanfare, but with a soft, trembling reunion of Warner and Philippa in the fragile light of the new dawn. The smoke of the battlefield is slowly drifting away, revealing a landscape scarred but standing. When Warner finds her, there are no words spoken at first. The space between them is filled with the shared memory of terror and the miracle of survival. He reaches out, his fingers brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead, his touch a silent question, an anchor in the shifting tides of a ruined world. Philippa closes her eyes, leaning into his warmth, letting the tears fall freely for the first time. In this embrace, we witness the quiet triumph of their love, a bond forged in fire, tempered by loss, and now rising, beautiful and resilient, to meet the dawn of an entirely new era. The 7-day action plan, living with courage and discernment. Imagine, if you will, the smell of damp earth in the early hours of a European autumn, the faint, silver mist hanging low over the river banks of Orson, and the rustle of dry leaves underfoot. In those quiet, tense days preceding the Great War, the world was on the precipice of an unimaginable chasm. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the first match to be struck. For the young girl Philippa, this was not merely a historical backdrop. It was the crucible of her existence. She lived in a world where a single misstep, a solitary moment of inattention, or a misplaced trust could mean the difference between survival and oblivion. Yet, as we close the pages of her harrowing journey and return to our own lives, a profound question echoes in the chambers of our hearts. How do we translate this high-stakes heroism, this exquisite bravery, into the fabric of our everyday lives? The truth is, modern life rarely demands that we dodge artillery shells or flee from secret operatives through the midnight forests of France. Our battlefields are quieter, more insidious, and far more intimate. They are found in the silent corridors of our workplaces, in these unspoken tensions of our relationships, in the overwhelming noise of our digital devices, and in the deep, exhausting struggle to remain true to our values when the world demands our compromise. We, too, are scouts navigating a complex terrain. We, too, must protect our sacred circles from betrayal. We, too, must find the strength to rise when our entire world is suddenly upended. This chapter is your invitation to step out of the audience and onto the stage. It is a highly practical, deeply emotional 7-day journey designed to cultivate the courage and discernment of Philippa within your own modern context. Over the next week, we will strip away the numbness of routine and step into a life of heightened awareness, deliberate connection, calm resilience, and noble legacy. Take a deep, slow breath. Let the noise of your day fade into the background. Let us begin this transformative journey together, step by heavy but purposeful step. Let us begin with the first phase of our initiation, which spans the first and second days of our week of transformation. This phase is dedicated to the cultivation of spatial awareness and vigilance in your personal environment, drawing direct inspiration from the legendary scouts of Orson. In the novel, the scouts did not merely look at the landscape, they read it. They understood that a bent blade of grass, a sudden silence among the forest birds, or a thin wisp of smoke rising miles away was not a random occurrence, but a sentence written in the language of survival. In our modern lives, we have largely lost this capacity. We walk through our neighborhoods with our heads bowed over glowing screens. We sit in meetings lost in the anxious chatter of our own minds, and we drift through our homes blind to the subtle shifts in the emotional weather of those we love. We are physically present but vibrationally absent. Consider the story of Sarah. Sarah was a senior project manager at a rapidly expanding technology firm, a woman whose days were a dizzying blur of notifications, calendar alerts, and back-to-back video conferences. She prided herself on her efficiency, yet she lived in a constant state of low-grade panic, a perpetual background hum of anxiety that never quite dissipated. One afternoon, Sarah was asked to lead a critical negotiation with a long-term partner company. She entered the conference room with her usual frantic energy, her mind racing with figures and defense strategies. Throughout the meeting, she focused entirely on her pre-prepared slides, barely looking up to see the faces of the people across the table. She did not notice the subtle, defensive crossing of arms from the partner firm's lead negotiator. She missed the brief, worried glance exchanged between two key engineers. She failed to hear the slight tremor of hesitation in the voice of her own assistant when asked a direct question. Sarah pushed her agenda through, believed the meeting was a triumph, and returned to her desk. 3 days later, the partner firm pulled out of the deal, citing a lack of alignment and mutual understanding. Sarah was devastated and utterly blindsided. How could this have happened? The signs had been there, written clearly in the air of that conference room, but Sarah had been blind to them. She had been a scout who forgot how to read the forest. When we analyze this dynamic from a psychological perspective, we find that our modern minds are suffering from a profound crisis of selective attention and sensory overload. To cope with the infinite torrent of information, our subconscious minds construct massive filters, effectively numbing our perception of our immediate surroundings. While this protects us from short-term exhaustion, it also disconnects us from our primal, intuitive guidance system. When you live entirely in your head, you lose your connection to your body and your physical space. This state of dissociation makes you highly vulnerable to sudden disruptions, miscommunications, and the silent erosion of your well-being. Vigilance is not about living in fear or paranoia. Rather, it is the highest form of presence. It is the conscious decision to reclaim your attention from the digital ether and place it firmly in the physical reality of the present moment. To apply this to your life on days 1 and 2, you must practice what we call the active environment scan. Begin tomorrow morning the moment your feet touch the cold floor. Do not reach for your telephone. Instead, stand still for 60 seconds and use all 5 of your senses to catalog your immediate environment. What is the temperature of the air? What is the quality of the light coming through the window? Is it a pale, cold gray, or a warm, golden yellow? Listen to the sounds of your home, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant rumble of traffic, the rhythm of your own breathing. When you enter your workplace or step out into your neighborhood, practice the scan again. Look at the people you pass, not with a critical eye, but with a deeply observant one. Notice the posture of your colleagues. Is there a heaviness in their shoulders? Notice the expression of the barista who hands you your coffee. Are they truly present, or are they carrying an unspoken burden? By actively engaging your senses, you are retraining your nervous system to be grounded, present, and alert. You are shifting from a state of passive reaction to one of active, sovereign observation. As we transition into the 3rd and 4th days of our journey, we move from the physical environment to the sacred landscape of our relationships. This phase challenges us to identify our core circle of trust and practice absolute loyalty and protection towards them, mirroring the profound alliances that kept Philippa safe when the world around her turned to ash. In the novel, Philippa's survival did not depend on her own strength alone. It depended on the impenetrable shield of loyalty formed by those who loved her. Warner, Sister Mary, and the small band of protectors did not offer conditional support. They did not calculate what they would gain in return. Their commitment was absolute, forged in the fires of mutual respect and shared danger. In our contemporary culture, however, we have cheapened the word friendship. We collect connections like digital trading cards, measuring our social worth by the number of likes, followers, or superficial contacts we accumulate. We spread our emotional energy so thin that it becomes a shallow puddle, incapable of sustaining deep roots. When a true crisis hits, we often look around only to find that our vast network of acquaintances vanishes like morning mist. Let us look at the experience of David, a charismatic and highly successful entrepreneur. David was a man who prided himself on being universally liked. He had hundreds of contacts in his phone, attended exclusive social gatherings weekly, and was always ready to offer a quick smile or a casual favor to anyone who asked. He believed he was surrounded by a fortress of friends. Then, a severe and unexpected financial crisis struck his business. Within a matter of weeks, the empire he had built began to crumble. As the news spread, a strange and quiet phenomenon occurred. The invitations to social events began to dry up. The text messages that once flooded his phone slowed to a trickle, and then stopped altogether. When he reached out to business associates for advice or support, his calls were met with polite, evasive delays. One rainy Tuesday evening, sitting in his darkened office facing the prospect of bankruptcy, David realized with a stabbing pain in his chest that he was utterly alone. But then, the telephone rang. It was not a high-profile business contact or a prominent socialite. It was Michael, a quiet friend from his university days whom David had deprioritized over the years in his pursuit of status. Michael did not ask about the business or the money. He simply said, "I heard things are difficult, and I am sitting in my car outside your building. Let us go get some dinner." In that moment of profound vulnerability, David realized the difference between a network of convenience and a circle of trust. He had spent years cultivating the former while neglecting the latter. Psychologically, human beings are not designed to maintain hundreds of deep relationships. The evolutionary capacity of our brains dictates that we can only sustain a very small number of truly intimate, high-trust bonds. When we ignore this biological limitation and attempt to please everyone, we suffer from relational exhaustion. We become hyper-independent, believing that we can never truly rely on anyone, which in turn breeds a deep, subconscious loneliness. True loyalty requires vulnerability, sacrifice, and the courage to set firm boundaries. It demands that we close the door to the superficial noise of the crowd so that we can fully show up for the chosen few who would stand in the storm with us. For days 3 and 4, your challenge is to perform a relational audit. Sit down in a quiet place with a blank piece of paper. Draw 3 concentric circles. In the outermost circle, write the names of your casual acquaintances and professional contacts. In the middle circle, write those friends with whom you share mutual interests and regular connection. Now, look at the innermost circle, the bullseye of your heart. Who are the 3 to 5 people who would show up at your door at 3 o'clock in the morning without asking questions? Who are the ones who know your deepest flaws and secrets, yet look at you with unconditional love and respect? Once you have identified this sacred core, your task is to actively protect and invest in them. Reach out to one of them today. Do not send a casual text. Call them, or meet them in person. Look them in the eyes and express your profound gratitude for their presence in your life. Practice absolute loyalty by fiercely defending them in their absence if someone speaks ill of them. Protect their time, their energy, and their trust as if it were the most valuable currency on earth because, in truth, it is. This brings us to the storm-tossed shores of the 5th and 6th days of our transformation. This phase of the action plan demands that we face a sudden life disruption or an unexpected change with the calm resilience shown by Philippa during her terrifying escape. In the narrative, Philippa's world did not change gradually. It shattered in an instant. She was forced to flee the only home she knew, leaving behind her possessions, her security, and her sense of certainty. She had to step out into the cold, unpredictable night, moving forward even when the path ahead was completely obscured. What made her remarkable was not the absence of fear, but her ability to maintain an inner stillness amidst the chaos. She did not waste precious energy screaming at the wind or mourning the past that had been stolen from her. She accepted the reality of the present, gathered her courage, and took the next necessary step. To understand what this looks like in our modern world, let us share the story of Elena. Elena was a classical violinist who had dedicated her entire life to her art. Her identity, her self-worth, and her daily joy were completely intertwined with her ability to play. She had recently secured a prestigious position in a national orchestra, a dream she had pursued since she was a young girl holding a tiny instrument. One winter evening, while walking home from a rehearsal, Elena slipped on an icy patch of pavement. She fell heavily, fracturing her right wrist in multiple places. The emergency room physician was gentle but honest. The damage was severe. Even with surgery and months of rehabilitation, it was highly unlikely she would ever regain the micro-precision required to play at a professional level. In an instant, the trajectory of Elena's life was obliterated. The future she had meticulously planned was gone, replaced by a terrifying, silent void. In the first few days, the grief was overwhelming. She felt as though she had died, leaving only a ghost behind. But on the 4th day, Elena made a conscious choice. She remembered a piece of advice her grandmother had given her. When the house burns down, do not try to salvage the ashes. Look at the empty ground and decide what you will build next. She stopped fighting the reality of her injury. She accepted that she could no longer be a performer, but she refused to let go of her love for music. With quiet, breathtaking resilience, she began to explore other ways to express her passion. She learned to conduct with her left hand. She began teaching young children, passing on her exquisite understanding of phrasing and emotion. Within 2 years, Elena had become one of the most beloved youth orchestra directors in her city. Her life was different, radically so, but it was filled with a deep, unexpected richness that she would never have discovered had she remained trapped in her grief. When we examine Elena's journey through a psychological lens, we see the power of radical acceptance. When a sudden disruption occurs, whether it is a medical diagnosis, a sudden divorce, a layoff, or a global crisis, our natural, instinctive reaction is resistance. We scream internally that this should not be happening. This resistance is what causes our deepest suffering. It locks our nervous system into a state of chronic fight or flight, paralyzing our cognitive functions and preventing us from seeing creative solutions. Calm resilience is not passive resignation. It is the active, courageous surrender to the present reality so that we can reclaim our agency. It is the understanding that while we cannot always control the wind, we can always adjust our sails. For days 5 and 6, your invitation is to practice the art of the pivot when faced with frustration or disruption. It is highly likely that during these 48 hours, something will not go according to your plan. It may be a minor inconvenience, like a cancelled flight or a broken appliance, or it may be a more significant disappointment, such as a rejected proposal or a painful argument. The moment you feel the hot surge of panic, anger, or resistance rising in your chest, pause. Take 3 slow, deep breaths, extending your exhale longer than your inhale to soothe your vagus nerve. Say to yourself, quietly but firmly, "This is the reality of this moment. I cannot change what has happened, but I can choose who I will be in response." Once your mind is calm, ask yourself one simple, empowering question. What is the single most constructive action I can take right now? Do not try to solve the entire problem. Do not try to fix the next 10 years. Just take one small, deliberate step forward with grace and composure. By doing this, you are transforming transition into triumph and chaos into character. Finally, we arrive at the glorious summit of our 7-day journey, the 7th day. This is the day of deep integration and quiet contemplation. This is the day we reevaluate our own heritage, our values, and the profound legacy we wish to leave behind, just as Philippa did when she finally discovered her true identity and accepted the noble lineage that was her birthright. Throughout her trials, Philippa was driven by a deep, instinctual sense of dignity, even when she did not fully understand where it came from. When she finally learned of her noble heritage, it was not merely a discovery of titles or wealth. It was the revelation of a standard of behavior. It was the realization that she belonged to a lineage of courage, responsibility, and honor. This knowledge transformed her. It gave her a steady center that no external storm could shake. In our modern, fast-paced society, we rarely take the time to contemplate our legacy. We live day to day, reacting to immediate demands, chasing short-term achievements, and collecting temporary comforts. We forget that we are not isolated individuals drifting through time. We are the descendants of those who survived plagues, wars, famines, and heartbreaks so that we could be here today. We are also the ancestors of those who will come after us. The choices we make, the values we embody, and the courage we display are the inheritance we leave for the future. Consider the story of Arthur. Arthur was an ordinary man who worked for 40 years as a high school history teacher in a quiet, unassuming town. He never wrote a best-selling book, never accumulated great wealth, and never traveled the world. Yet, Arthur lived every day with an extraordinary, quiet intentionality. He believed that his classroom was a sacred space where he was not just teaching facts, but shaping souls. He treated every student, regardless of their academic ability or behavioral challenges, with profound respect and unwavering belief. He listened to them. He challenged them to think deeply, to act honorably, and to stand up for the vulnerable. When Arthur passed away at the age of 82, his family expected a small, quiet funeral. To their astonishment, the church was overflowing, with crowds spilling out into the streets. Hundreds of former students had traveled from across the country to pay their respects. There were doctors, mechanics, teachers, politicians, and artists. One by one, they stood up to share how a single word of encouragement from Arthur, a simple act of kindness, or his steady, principled example had changed the entire course of their lives. Arthur did not leave a monument of stone or a vast financial estate. He left a living monument of love, integrity, and courage in the hearts of thousands. He had understood his true heritage, and he had claimed his nobility. From a psychological perspective, a life lived without a clear sense of values and legacy is a life of existential drift. It is what the great philosophers called the vacuum of meaning. When we do not know what we stand for, we fall for everything. We become prey to anxiety, depression, and a perpetual sense of empty striving. Reevaluating your heritage is about realizing that you possess an inherent nobility simply by virtue of your humanity. It is about choosing to align your daily actions with your highest values, so that your life becomes a conscious work of art. On this seventh day, you are asked to step away from the distractions of the world. Find a quiet space, perhaps in nature or a peaceful room in your home. Light a candle, open a journal, and contemplate these three profound questions. First, what is the heritage of courage and resilience that my ancestors passed down to me, consciously or unconsciously? Think of the quiet struggles your parents, grandparents, or ancestors overcame so that you could exist. Second, what are my core, non-negotiable values? If my life were a house, what are the pillars upon which it is built? Is it love, integrity, freedom, compassion, or truth? And third, what is the legacy I want to leave behind when my time on this earth is done? How do I want people to feel when they remember me? What small corner of the world do I want to leave brighter because I walked through it? Write your answers down with absolute honesty and deep emotion. Let them wash over you. Let them anchor you. This is your personal code. This is your noble lineage. Carry it with you as a shield and a compass. To summarize the journey we have taken together in this chapter, we have transitioned from being passive readers of a heroic story to active writers of our own destiny. Through the systematic practice of the 7-day action plan, we have learned that courage and discernment are not mythical qualities reserved for the heroes of old. They are daily choices, quiet habits, and steady patterns of the mind and heart. On days 1 and 2, we awakened our senses, reclaiming our presence and vigilance in our physical environments. On days 3 and 4, we built our fortress, identifying and fiercely protecting our sacred circle of trust. On days 5 and 6, we discovered our inner steel, meeting the unpredictable disruptions of life with calm resilience and radical acceptance. And finally, on day 9, we claimed our sovereign identity, anchoring ourselves in our values and the legacy we wish to leave behind. But our journey does not end here. The path of courage is a continuous spiral, winding upward through the landscapes of our lives. As we step forward from this chapter, we must prepare ourselves for the next phase of our evolution. Having mastered the art of inner alignment, we must now learn how to project this power outward into the world, standing firm in our truth when faced with external opposition, conflict, and the inevitable testing of our resolve. In our next chapter, we will explore the delicate and powerful art of graceful confrontation and spiritual defense. We will dive deep into how to hold your ground without losing your heart, how to speak truth to power with elegance and clarity, and how to maintain your inner peace when the world around you demands a fight. The morning sun is rising over the horizon of your new, courageous life. Take a deep breath, stand tall, and let us step forward into the light of the next chapter. Book Summary: The Triumph of Innocence in Times of Terror. Welcome, my friend. Take a deep, quiet breath, and let the rush of the modern world gently drift away. Let your shoulders drop, allow your mind to settle, and prepare to step into a space of profound reflection. Today, we are embarking on a journey through the final, crowning chapter of our exploration of Robert W. Chambers' classic novel, The Girl Philippa. This chapter is titled, The Triumph of Innocence in Times of Terror. It is a title that carries both the weight of human suffering and the lightness of ultimate hope. There is a peculiar, almost holy silence that falls over a heavy landscape just before the storm of human ambition tears it apart. If you close your eyes, you can almost smell it. The scent of rain-soaked cobblestones in a quiet French village, the faint, sweet aroma of wild mustard blooming in the fields, and beneath it all, the sharp, metallic tang of cold iron and gunpowder drifting on the wind. This is the world of Philippa. It is a world suspended on the razor edge between the old, romantic Europe of horse-drawn carriages, quiet libraries, and unspoken honor, and the terrifying, mechanized monster of early 20th century warfare. Think for a moment about a time in your own life when you felt caught between two worlds. Perhaps you were standing on the precipice of a major life change, feeling the cold wind of an uncertain future blowing against your face while your heart still clung to the warm, familiar rooms of your past. That is the universal human struggle at the core of this narrative. It is the clash between our desperate desire to preserve what is beautiful, pure, and innocent within ourselves, and the relentless, often brutal demands of a world that forces us to survive. In this deep dive, we are going to synthesize the grand tapestry of Chambers' work. We are going to explore how he masterfully weaves the grit of modern conflict with the soft, luminous threads of classic romanticism. We will dissect the journey of Philippa, not merely as a fictional character, but as a timeless, psychological archetype of the human soul. She is the embodiment of that part of us that remains untouched by the dirt of our circumstances, the part of us that refuses to break, even when the foundations of the world are shaking. And finally, we will gather these narrative threads together to leave you with a blueprint for your own life, a way to find your own triumph of innocence in whatever personal terrors or trials you may be facing today. Let us begin by unpacking the first major dimension of this literary masterpiece, the exquisite, tension-filled marriage of gritty realism and high romanticism. Writing in the shadow of the Great War, Chambers was not blind to the horrific capabilities of modern mankind. He did not shield his readers from the ugly truth of conflict, the mud of the trenches, the scream of incoming shells, or the cold-blooded calculations of international espionage. Yet, amidst this gray, ash-choked landscape, he dared to place a story of elevated love, chivalric duty, and spiritual purity. This is not a contradiction. It is a profound psychological truth. When the world becomes its darkest, or need for the light becomes its most desperate. To understand this deeply, let us step into a cinematic moment from the story, viewing it through the eyes of Warner, the American artist whose destiny becomes irrevocably tangled with Philippa's. Picture him standing on a low hill overlooking the valley of the River Aisne. It is late afternoon, and the sky is bruised with heavy, purple clouds. In the distance, The artillery grumbles like a sleeping beast turning in its bed. The air is thick with the scent of burning wood from a nearby farmhouse that was shelled only hours before. Warner looks down at his hands, hands that were meant to hold charcoal and paintbrushes, hands meant to capture the delicate curve of a leaf or the soft light on a woman's cheek. Instead, his fingers are stained with oil and dirt from the military motorcycle he has been riding through the mud. His boots are heavy. His heart is heavier. He is a man of peace, a man of beauty, thrust into a meat grinder of historical forces beyond his control. As he stands there, feeling the cold wind cut through his coat, he hears a sound. It is a faint, sweet whistle, a simple peasant melody. He turns, and there, walking along the edge of a ruined stone wall, is Philippa. She is carrying a small basket of wild herbs. Her skirt is torn at the hem, and there is a smudge of soot on her temple, but her eyes are clear, luminous, and completely free of malice. In that single, breathtaking instant, the entire war shrinks to nothingness. The tanks, the treaties, the maps of the generals, the looming shadow of the German advance, all of it fades. The only reality that matters is this girl, standing in the ruins of a broken world, holding a basket of green leaves. This scene is a masterpiece of juxtaposition. Chambers forces us to look at the worst of what humanity can do, right alongside the best of what humanity can be. Why does this classic dynamic matter so deeply to our subconscious? Psychologically, we live in a state of constant, low-grade warfare within ourselves. Every single day, you and I are bombarded by the gritty realities of our lives. We face the mechanical grind of our careers, the cold calculations of financial survival, the disappointments of broken promises, and the quiet, creeping terror of our own insignificance in a vast, fast-moving society. To cope, we often build thick, heavy armor around our hearts. We tell ourselves that we must be hard, pragmatic, and cynical to survive. We believe that innocence is a liability, that vulnerability is a weakness, and that romanticism is a luxury we can no longer afford. But look at what happens to us when we wear that armor for too long. We begin to suffocate. Our world loses its color. We survive, yes, but we forget how to live. The subconscious mind craves the balance that Chambers illustrates. It screams for the romanticism, the beauty, the belief that there is something sacred within us that the mud of the world cannot wash away. When we read of Warner finding beauty in the midst of war, or when we experience it in our own lives, it acts as a healing balm. It reminds us that our armor is not our true identity. It is merely a tool we use, but our true self is the artist, the dreamer, the lover who stands on the hill and remembers what is beautiful. How do we apply this to our daily lives? How do you, as you listen to my voice right now, balance your own gritty realities with this saving grace of romanticism? The first step is what I like to call the practice of deliberate juxtaposition. In the midst of your most stressful, chaotic days, you must actively introduce moments of useless, beautiful romanticism. This is not about escaping reality. It is about reclaiming your humanity. If you are buried under an avalanche of emails, deadlines, and financial worries, do not wait for the storm to pass to find peace. Step away for 5 minutes. Go outside and look at the sky. Notice the way the light filters through the leaves of a tree. Really look at it. Listen to a piece of music that moves you to tears, not as background noise while you work, but as a deliberate act of worship toward beauty. When you do this, You are telling your subconscious mind, the war may be happening around me, but it does not own me. I still have the capacity to see the light. You are refusing to let the grit of your daily survival extinguish the poetry of your soul. This is your first step toward reclaiming your identity. This brings us to our second profound point, Philippa's journey as a timeless symbol of purity and resilience enduring through systemic chaos. Throughout the novel, Philippa is hunted. She is a pawn in a game she does not fully understand, surrounded by international spies, corrupt officials, and the terrifying machinery of war. She has every reason to become bitter, suspicious, and broken. Yet, she remains clean. Her resilience is not the resilience of iron, which bends and snaps under too much pressure. It is the resilience of water, which flows around obstacles, takes the shape of its container, and yet remains entirely itself, pure and light-giving. Let us step into a dark, suspenseful moment in the narrative to see this resilience in action. Imagine a dimly lit room in a secluded tavern on the outskirts of the town. Outside, the rain is drumming a relentless, depressing rhythm against the glass. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of stale tobacco, sour wine, and fear. Philippa is being interrogated by a ruthless agent of the enemy. This is a man who has spent his entire life in the shadows, a man who believes that everyone has a price, that everyone is corruptible, and that human beings are nothing more than beasts driven by fear and greed. He leans across the table, his eyes cold and dead as stones. He places a heavy hand near her arm, his voice a low, threatening hiss. He speaks to her of the danger she is in, of the terrible things that happen to girls who do not cooperate in times of war. He tries to plant the seeds of doubt, terror, and betrayal in her young mind. He wants her to scream, to cry, to beg, or to betray those she loves to save herself. Philippa sits perfectly still. She does not flinch. She does not look away from his terrifying gaze. If you look closely at her hands, they are resting quietly in her lap, not clenched in fists, but open, relaxed. Her breath is slow and steady. When she speaks, her voice is not filled with anger or terror, but with a quiet, crystalline clarity that seems to pierce through the heavy, toxic atmosphere of the room. She simply states the truth of her loyalty, her refusal to be an instrument of harm, and her absolute trust in those who love her. In that moment, the power dynamic completely shifts. The interrogator, with all his weapons, his networks of spies, and his physical strength, suddenly looks incredibly small, desperate, and weak. Philippa, unarmed, vulnerable, and cornered, stands as a giant of moral authority. She has defeated him, not by fighting him on his own terms, but by refusing to descend into his darkness. Let us analyze this psychologically. What does this scene do to our inner world when we hear it? Why does Philippa's purity move us so deeply? It is because we are all terrified of being corrupted. We live in a world where we are constantly pressured to compromise our values to get ahead, to protect ourselves, or to fit in. We fear that our past mistakes, our traumas, and the hurts we have suffered have left permanent, ugly stains on our souls. We look in the mirror sometimes and wonder if that innocent, bright-eyed child we used to be is done forever, buried under years of cynicism and survival tactics. Philippa represents the psychological truth of the incorruptible core. In analytical psychology, there is a belief that no matter how much trauma, pain, or darkness a person experiences, there is a part of the self that remains completely untouched, pristine. and whole. It is the golden spark of your true identity. You may lose touch with it, you may bury it under layers of protection, but it can never be destroyed. When we witness Philippa maintaining her purity in the face of terror, our subconscious recognizes that golden spark within ourselves. It gives us hope that we, too, can emerge from our darkest chapters without losing our souls. So how do we cultivate this resilience? How do we protect and nourish this incorruptible core in our own lives? This requires the practice of sanctuary. To keep your inner purity alive, you must create a space in your life that is absolutely off limits to the noise, the negativity, and the cynicism of the world. This sanctuary can be physical, like a quiet corner of your bedroom where you keep things that inspire you, or it can be a sanctuary of time, such as 30 minutes every morning before you touch your phone or let the demands of the day rush in. During this sanctuary time, you must practice returning to your core. Ask yourself, who am I when I am not being a worker, a provider, a protector, or a survivor? Who am I when I am just me? Connect with the things that brought you pure, a complicated joy as a child, whether that was drawing, writing, walking in nature, or simply sitting in quiet wonder. By intentionally visiting this inner sanctuary, you are watering the roots of your innocence. You are ensuring that when the storms of life come, when you are tested by difficult people or harsh circumstances, you will have a deep reservoir of purity and strength to draw from. You will not have to fight the darkness with darkness. You will be able to stand, like Philippa, in the quiet, unshakable power of your own light. Now, let us step into the third and final major theme of our journey, the synthesis of the narrative arc and the ultimate triumph of love and identity. In the climax of The Girl Philippa, we see the resolution of a mystery that has hung over the entire story, the true identity of Philippa. For so long, she was a girl without a country, a girl with a clouded past, living under a name that was not truly her own, serving in a cabaret, surrounded by people who saw her only as an object or a tool. But through her trials, through her unwavering devotion to her duty and her love for those who showed her kindness, her true heritage is finally revealed. She is not a nameless peasant girl. She is a daughter of nobility, a person of immense worth and dignity. Let us paint a final, vivid picture of this realization. Imagine the morning after a great battle. The rain has finally stopped, and the clouds are parting to let the first golden rays of dawn pour over the hills. The air is incredibly clean, washed by the storm. In a quiet room of a grand chateau that has been turned into a temporary refuge, Philippa stands before a tall, gold-framed mirror. She is wearing a simple, clean white dress. The dirt of the trenches, the soot of the explosions, the fear of the flight through the dark forests, all of it has been washed away. She looks at her reflection, not with vanity, but with a deep, quiet wonder. She sees her own eyes, but they look different now. They are no longer the eyes of a hunted child. They are the eyes of a woman who knows exactly who she is, where she belongs, and who she loves. Behind her, Warner enters the room. He does not speak. He does not need to. He walks over and stands beside her, looking at her reflection in the glass. The silence between them is thick with a shared history of survival, of silent understandings, of sacrifices made without complaint. He reaches out and gently takes her hand. In that simple, quiet touch, the entire journey is completed. The terror of the past months is not erased, but it is redeemed. It was the fire that tested them, and they have emerged from it as pure gold. This resolution of identity is one of the most powerful and comforting themes in all of literature. Why does it resonate so deeply with our hearts? Because, at some point in our lives, we all feel like orphans. We feel disconnected from our true purpose, our true worth, and our true identity. We live in a world that constantly tries to tell us who we are based on our performance, our appearance, our social status, or our past failures. We wear masks to survive, and sometimes we wear them for so long that we forget what our real face looks like. We feel like we are living a life that is not truly ours, serving in a cabaret of expectations and obligations, waiting for someone to see us, to recognize us, and to call us by our true name. The revelation of Philippa's true identity is a metaphorical promise to the listener. It is a reminder that your current circumstances, your struggles, and the labels that the world has placed upon you do not define your ultimate worth. You are not a victim of your history. You are a person of noble heritage, born with an inherent dignity and a capacity for greatness that no crisis can strip away. The trials you go higher, the moments where you feel lost, hunted, or alone, are not the end of your story. They are the chapters of preparation, the fire that refines your character so that when your true identity is revealed, you will have the strength, the grace, and the wisdom to carry it. How do we apply this final, beautiful truth to our lives? How do you claim your own true identity and experience the triumph of love over fear? This is the practice of narrative rewriting. You must stop defining yourself by the battles you are currently fighting and start defining yourself by the values you hold dear. If you are going through a difficult divorce, a financial crisis, or a struggle with your mental health, do not say, "I am broken, I am a failure, I am lost." Rewrite that narrative. Say to yourself, "I am currently walking through a valley of testing, but my name is resilience. My name is love. My name is hope." Begin to make decisions from the perspective of your highest self, the person you are becoming, rather than the person who is trying to survive. When faced with a choice, ask yourself, what would the noble, loving, and courageous version of me do in this moment? Choose the path of love, even when it is hard. Choose the path of honor, even when no one is watching. When you do this, you are not waiting for someone else to reveal your true identity. You are claiming it, step by step, action by action, until you can look in the mirror, just like Philippa, and see your true self staring back at you with clear, unshakable eyes. Let us take a moment to look back over the path we have walked together in this chapter. We have explored the beautiful, tragic, and ultimately triumphant world of the girl Philippa. We have seen how Robert W. Chambers took the brutal, dusty reality of war and illuminated it with the golden light of romanticism, showing us that even in our darkest moments, we must hold space for beauty and poetry. We have studied the quiet, water-like resilience of Philippa, learning how to protect our own incorruptible core from the toxicity and cynicism of our environments. And we have witnessed the beautiful resolution of her identity, reminding us of our own inherent worth and our capacity to emerge from the fire refined, whole, and deeply loved. This is the ultimate summary of the book, that innocence is not ignorance. True innocence is not our naive lack of experience. No, true innocence is a choice. It is the courageous, revolutionary decision to remain soft in a hard world, to remain loving in a hateful world, and to remain true to yourself when everything around you is urging you to conform. It is a triumph that is not achieved by defeating others, but by conquering our own fear, our own bitterness, and our own doubt. As we bring this chapter to a close, let the quiet weight of these truths settle deeply into your heart. You are stronger than you know. Your heart is more resilient than you think. And the light within you is far more powerful than any darkness you may be facing. But our journey together is not yet finished. As the morning sun rises over the quiet chateau, and as Philippa and Warner stand hand in hand, looking out over a world that is ready to rebuild, we must ask ourselves, what lies beyond the horizon? What happens when the war of the world ends, and the quiet, internal work of rebuilding our lives, our relationships, and our faith begins? In our next chapter, we will step out of the historical trenches and into the deeply personal landscape of our own relationships. We will explore how we can take these lessons of purity, resilience, and identity and apply them to the delicate, beautiful, and sometimes terrifying process of opening our hearts to others after we have been hurt. We will look at how to heal the wounds of the past, how to tear down the walls we built to survive, and how to build a bridge of trust that can withstand any storm. Take a slow, deep breath. Let the warmth of this moment fill you. Stay quiet, stay present, and when you are ready, let us step forward together into the next chapter of our journey. The room is quiet now, save for the gentle, rhythmic ticking of a clock that seems to measure not just the passing of seconds, but the very heartbeat of the story we have shared. Outside, perhaps, the world continues its frantic, unyielding rush, indifferent to the lives that have just unfolded in the theater of your mind. Yet here, in this sacred space created between my voice and your listening ear, we have stood together on the blood-soaked soil of a forgotten Europe. We have breathed the dust of old archives, felt the chill of impending war, and watched as the delicate, resilient spirit of the girl Philippa fought to find its footing amidst the collapsing dynasties of a bygone era. For 271 minutes, we have been more than just a narrator and a listener. We have been travelers, companions in time, woven into a singular tapestry of romance, espionage, and human survival. It is said by the ancient philosophers that to witness a life is to change it, but to share that life with another is to ensure it never truly dies. We stand now at a crossroads, where the final notes of our shared symphony are lingering in the air, and the silence that follows threatens to dissolve the magic we have so carefully conjured. But it does not have to end here. In fact, this is precisely where the true journey begins, as we step out of the passive shadows of spectatorship and into the active warmth of connection, bringing the echoes of Philippa's world into the vibrant discussions of our own. Consider, for a moment, the immense weight of the journey we have just completed. 271 minutes of audio is not merely a measurement of time. It is an investment of your soul. You have allowed your imagination to paint the scenes of turn-of-the-century France, to feel the sharp tang of autumn air, and to shudder at the low rumble of mobilization. To let this experience simply fade into the background noise of your daily routine would be a quiet tragedy. This is why I reach out to you now, not as a distant voice from a speaker, but as a fellow seeker of truth and beauty, asking you to take 3 deliberate, meaningful actions to keep this flame alive. First, I invite you to subscribe to this channel or platform, securing your place in our growing circle of literary adventurers. Second, I ask you to leave a detailed, heartfelt rating and review, translating the silent emotions you felt during this performance into words that can guide others. And third, I urge you to share this story with a fellow lover of history and romance, passing the torch of this narrative to someone who, like you, yearns for depth in a shallow world. Each of these actions is a thread that binds us closer, transforming a solitary listening experience into a collective sanctuary of shared memory. Let us explore the profound reality of what it means to share a story, beginning with our first key point, the act of subscribing, rating, and passing this journey along. To illustrate the quiet power of this act, let me take you to a small, rain-swept town in the north of France, many years after the events of our story. Imagine an elderly archivist named Clara. Her hands are weathered, her eyes dimmed by decades of reading faded ink under the dim glow of a green-shaded lamp. For years, Clara worked in absolute solitude, cataloging the dusty diaries of young women who lived through the great upheavals of the early 20th century. She knew their fears, their secret loves, and the quiet heroisms that never made it into the official history textbooks. Yet, Clara felt a deep, crushing loneliness. She held these beautiful, tragic souls in her heart, but she had no one to share them with. The townspeople hurried past the archives, absorbed in their modern worries, ignoring the treasury of human experience resting just behind the heavy oak doors. One evening, unable to bear the silence any longer, Clara took a single, beautifully preserved letter written by a young girl on the eve of the war, a letter filled with a desperate, defiant hope, and copied it by hand. She left it on the counter of the local bakery, with a simple note: "If this touches your heart, please pass it on." The next morning, a young schoolteacher found the letter. She read it, wept, and brought it to her classroom. Within a week, the entire town was talking about the young girl from 1914. They began to visit the archive, bringing their own family letters, creating a living archive of community memory. Clara's solitary burden of remembrance had become a shared monument of local identity. She was no longer alone. She was the guardian of a flame that now warmed an entire community. When you subscribe to this audio journey, when you write a detailed review, or when you share this specific recording with a friend, you are performing the modern equivalent of Clara's act of faith. You are refusing to let the story of Philippa end in the vacuum of your own mind. Psychologically, why does this matter so deeply to us? Human beings are wired for resonance. When we experience something that moves us, something that touches the raw, vulnerable places of our grief, our hope, or our longing, our subconscious immediately seeks validation. We want to know that we are not alone in our sensitivity. When we leave a review, we are not merely rating a product. We are planting a flag in the digital landscape, declaring, "This touched me, and my feelings are real." This act of self-expression helps to integrate the emotional experience of the book into our own identity. It moves us from passive consumption to active contribution. Furthermore, sharing a story with someone else is one of the highest forms of vulnerability and intimacy. By saying to a friend, "Listen to this," you are actually saying, "Here is a key to my inner world. This is what I care about. This is what makes me feel." It bridges the modern chasm of existential isolation, turning a cold digital interaction into a warm, human connection. To apply this to your own life, I invite you to treat this not as a chore, but as a beautiful, meditative ritual. When this chapter ends, do not immediately rush to your next task. Sit in the quiet for a moment. Open the review section of your platform, and instead of just clicking 5 stars and moving on, write 3 sentences that come directly from your heart. Describe the exact moment in the story where you felt your breath catch. Mention the character whose struggles mirrored your own hidden battles. Speak of how the narration made you feel seen in the darkness. By doing this, you are not only helping other listeners find this sanctuary, but you are also teaching yourself to honor your own emotional responses. Then, think of one person in your life who possesses the sensitivity to appreciate this journey. Send them a message with a link to this audiobook. Write to them, not with a generic recommendation, but with a personal note. I listened to this, and it made me think of you. In a world of fleeting, meaningless notifications, imagine the profound impact of receiving a gift of shared depth. You will be acting as the mentor, the guide, who pulls another soul out of the mundane and into the extraordinary. This brings us to our second profound point of reflection, a question that I want to plant deep within your consciousness, to let it take root and grow in the quiet hours of your thoughts. How would you react if you were suddenly thrust into a sudden, catastrophic historical crisis? Throughout our journey with Philippa, we have watched characters forced to make agonizing choices in the blink of an eye, as the stable structures of their lives crumbled under the weight of geopolitical tides. To truly understand this, let us step into a cinematic moment, a scene of vivid sensory detail that places you directly in the shoes of those who came before us. Picture a warm, late summer evening in August, 1914. The air is thick with the scent of ripening plums and dry earth. In a modest parlor in a small town near the Belgian border, a young woman named Adele is setting the table for dinner. The porcelain plates clink softly, a comforting, domestic sound that has defined her evenings for as long as she can remember. Her husband, Henry, is washing his hands in the scullery, humming a popular tune. Suddenly, the church bells begin to ring. But this is not the slow, solemn tolling of the evening angelus. This is the wild, erratic, terrifying alarm of the tocsin. Within minutes, the street outside is filled with the sound of running feet, shouting voices, and the heavy, terrifying rumble of horse-drawn artillery. Henry rushes into the parlor, his face pale, holding a small piece of paper, the mobilization order. In that single, shattering moment, the world Adele knew is gone. She has exactly 1 hour before the trains depart, taking her husband to a front line she cannot comprehend. She must decide. Does she pack her most precious family heirlooms, the silver spoons handed down through generations, or does she pack extra bandages, bread, and water for the neighbors' frightened children? Does she succumb to the paralyzing terror that claws at her throat, or does she find an unnatural, cold clarity within herself to help Henry prepare for a journey from which he may never return? As she looks at the porcelain plates on the table, they suddenly look incredibly fragile, like the peace she took for granted only moments before. Her inner monologue is a chaotic storm of denial and fierce determination. This cannot be happening. Not to us. Not now. But it is happening, and her survival depends entirely on the strength of her spirit. This dramatic scenario is not mere fiction. It is the historical reality of millions of souls who walked this earth before us, and it forces us to confront a deep psychological truth. Why are we, as modern listeners living in relative safety, so utterly captivated by these moments of historical crisis? It is because our subconscious recognizes that we, too, are constantly living on the edge of our own personal precipices. While we may not face the mobilization orders of 1914, we face the sudden phone calls from doctors, the unexpected endings of relationships, the economic upheavals that threaten our security, and the quiet, creeping dread of an uncertain future. Historical fiction acts as a psychological laboratory. It allows us to test our own moral limits, our own courage, and our own resilience in a safe environment. When we watch Philippa navigate her perils, we are asking ourselves, would I have the courage to stand firm? Would I betray my values to save my life? Or would I sacrifice myself for a higher truth? This process of moral imagination is essential for our psychological growth. It pulls us out of our daily, comfortable complacency and reminds us of the raw, primal strength that lies dormant within the human heart. It teaches us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the realization that something else is more important than fear. To apply this profound realization to your own life, I encourage you to use this question as a tool for self-discovery. The next time you find yourself facing a mundane, stressful situation, whether it is a difficult confrontation at work, a sudden change in your personal life, or the overwhelming anxiety of the daily news, stop and take a deep breath. Close your eyes and connect with the ancestral strength of those who survived the great crises of history. Ask yourself, if Adele could find the strength to face the unknown on that August night, what is the small, brave step I can take right now? Journal about this. Write down your deepest fears, and then write down the qualities you admire most in Philippa or the other characters who moved you. By consciously mapping their courage onto your own struggles, you begin to rewire your brain to respond to crisis not with panic, but with a calm, dignified resilience. You realize that you are part of a broken chain of human survivors, and that the same blood that ran through the veins of historical heroes flows through yours today. Now, let us turn to our third and final key point, the warm, deeply appreciative sign-off, and the invitation to continue our literary journey together. As a narrator, my relationship with you is one of the most sacred aspects of my life. When I sit in the dim warmth of the recording booth, speaking these words into the microphone, I am acutely aware of the invisible thread that stretches across time and space to connect my voice to your ears. I picture you in your quiet moments. Perhaps you are driving through the rain, washing dishes in a warm kitchen, walking through a quiet park as the autumn leaves fall, or lying in bed in the dark, seeking a refuge from the thoughts that keep you awake. In all of these moments, you have chosen to let me accompany you. You have trusted me with your time, which is the most precious, non-renewable resource you possess. For this, I want to offer you my deepest, most heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your attention, your open mind, and your willing heart. Let me share a brief story about this connection, from the perspective of the storyteller's heart. Some months ago, after a grueling, 12-hour recording session for a particularly emotional book, I walked out of the studio into the cool night air. The city was quiet, its streets shimmering with a reflection of wet pavement and neon lights. I felt completely empty, drained of all my emotional energy, having poured every ounce of my passion into the characters' tragic fates. I wondered, as all creators do in their dark nights of the soul, if anyone was truly listening. Did it matter? Did these words make any difference in a world that seemed so loud and chaotic? The next morning, I received an email from a listener named David. He wrote to tell me that he had been sitting by his father's bedside in a quiet hospice room for 3 days, waiting for the inevitable end. He had played this audiobook during those long, silent hours, and he said that my voice, delivering the steady, beautiful cadence of the story had been the only thing that kept him anchored to sanity. It had provided a gentle, comforting canopy of sound under which he and his father could find peace in their final transition. In that moment, the exhaustion vanished. I realized that the storyteller and the listener are part of a beautiful, redemptive ecosystem. We need each other to survive the coldness of the world. Psychologically, the ending of a shared journey like this brings a unique mixture of emotions. There is a sense of accomplishment, yes, but also a gentle grief, a phenomenon psychologists refer to as a book hangover. When we spend hours deeply immersed in a narrative, our brains form genuine parasocial bonds with the characters. When the story ends, we experience a mild form of mourning for the loss of their company. This is why a warm, structured sign-off is so vital. It provides psychological closure, allowing us to transition safely out of the liminal space of the story and back into our own realities, carrying the lessons of the book with us rather than leaving them behind. It also sets the stage for anticipation, which is one of our greatest psychological motivators. By looking forward to the next literary adventure, we keep our minds open, curious, and youthful. We remind ourselves that while this chapter may be closed, the book of our lives has many pages left to turn. As you step forward from this moment, I want to offer you a gentle guide on how to integrate this transition. Do not rush to fill the silence with noise. Allow yourself to feel the sweet sorrow of the story's end. Keep the spirit of Philippa alive by embodying her curiosity, her loyalty, and her quiet strength in your interactions tomorrow. Smile at a stranger, stand up for someone who is struggling, or simply take a moment to look at the sky with a sense of wonder. And, when you are ready, look forward to our next destination. Know that I am already preparing the path for us, selecting the next world we will explore, the next characters we will love, and the next emotional landscapes we will traverse together. In summary, we have traveled far in this chapter of connection. We have explored the deep significance of joining the discussion, understanding how our subscriptions, reviews, and shared recommendations are acts of profound connection that defeat modern isolation. We have confronted the harrowing, beautiful question of how we would react in a historical crisis, using the cinematic struggle of Adele in 1914 to find our own hidden reserves of strength. And we have stood together in the warmth of shared gratitude, recognizing the sacred bond between narrator and listener, and learning how to carry the magic of this audiobook into the quiet realities of our daily lives. And now, as the final echo of my voice begins to fade, and the shadow of the girl Philippa gently recedes into the soft twilight of memory, we must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. Do not be afraid of the silence that follows, for in that very silence, a new seed is being planted. In our next chapter, we will venture into even deeper waters. We will pull back the veil on the hidden machinations that shaped the destinies of empires, exploring the dark, secret currents of human ambition and the brilliant, fragile hopes that dared to defy them. Prepare your heart, dear listener, for the shadows are lengthening, the stakes are rising, and the next step of our journey promises to challenge everything we thought we knew about love, loyalty, and the ultimate price of freedom. Until our voices meet again in that next sacred space, keep the fire of this story burning bright within your soul, and walk forward with a quiet, unconquerable courage of those who have dared to dream in the dark. As the final echoes of our tale fade into the quiet of the evening, I want to pause, take a deep breath, and offer you my deepest, most heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, truly, for walking beside us here at Stories of Crime throughout this remarkable journey. It is your presence, your silent attention, and your shared heartbeat that breathe life into these words. We have traveled together through the shadows and the light, and I am profoundly grateful for the gentle company you have kept with me. If this journey has touched your soul, as it has touched mine, I warmly invite you to become a permanent part of our gathering. Please consider subscribing to Stories of Crime, leaving a like on this video, and sharing your thoughts in the comments below. Let us know how this story resonated with your own. And if there is someone in your life who appreciates the quiet beauty of a narrative well told, please share this with them. By doing so, you help keep the hearth fire of these stories burning bright for others to find. As we part ways today, let us carry the enduring spirit of the girl Philippa in our hearts. Her story reminds us that even when the world is plunged into conflict, and the darkest currents of human nature threaten to overwhelm us, there remains an unbreakable, quiet light within the innocent and the brave. True wisdom is not found in the grand gestures of the powerful, but in the simple, resilient strength of love, loyalty, and the courage to remain true to who we are. May you carry that same light into your own world, and may your path ahead be gentle. Until we meet again on our next journey, sleep well, and take care of one another.